And hello everyone. Oh, I forgot to close that menu, and I also forgot to get rid of a text saying I am drunk. I am not drunk, I am sober. Very sober. In fact, I don't think we'll be doing a stream where I drink again anytime soon. We're just gonna hop straight into things. Straight to the grind. I want to get that T92 unlocked. Go for the Walker Bulldog, and we're going to go to Alpha for a change, because I always go to Bravo on this map. And why am I pointing the wrong direction? Oh, that's why I'm pointing the wrong direction. Shows how often I go up here. I didn't realize that was an issue. Actually, I think we're heading Bravo. Yeah, we're headed to Bravo, it seems. So, off we go to Bravo. It is bloody hot today. I'm going to turn my desk fan towards me a bit more. That's better. And I'm also going to, once I'm out of it in a stoppable spot, I'm going to take a second to open my window. But yeah, on Friday we'll be playing XCOM, Enemy Unknown, in preparation of me finally getting off my ass and trying out Girls Frontline 2. There's shell casings here, what the hell? I believe behind this husk is in cab, so that's where I'll go because it gives me some cover from that direction, and I'll just take a few seconds to open my window. Yeah, apologies if any noise comes in through the window. There was some enemy on the mini-map here, but I don't know where. Anywho, I'm just going to drive on over to their side. Oh, that was not them. While he's fixing himself, he's going to be shocked that I've called artillery down on him. We're heading back to Bravo. There's my Artie. I'm not going to even slow down a second because I can just slip up and in. I don't think that first artillery came down. I think my second arty probably cancelled it. I've never really paid attention to whether that was a thing if you call in two arties really close to each other. But I would assume it is. I got the kill assist though. Oh my god, I can't believe I actually pulled that off. I thought for certain he was going to get that shot off before me. Oh. I'm not even sure if I'm upset there. Going in the M109 next. And we'll go to Alpha this time, like I had originally intended. Just trimming my nails while I'm on cruise. I wasn't even... I made that shot expecting to miss. Let's get this brooch fixed. I'm upset not because I died, but because the BF-109 got me and not the guy who sniped me twice. Who is much more deserving of the kill. And it looks like that M18 did the job of taking out the guy who was sniping. No, he did not. How that missed me, I do not know. I'm really sad there because that tiger made the one mistake you don't make against a Chaffee and he actually survived. That mistake is to show your side to it. But he got a shot off first, so... Right, my goal now, with my last life, is to pin this tiger down. Fuck. Oh well, I'm out. Was a good round though. Good round. Next battle. Oh, I forgot to change pin message. I forgot to do that. Yay, Suneye. Alright, we all know what I'm doing. Darting to Bravo in the M18. At this point, it's kind of cliche. I'm gonna knock the power line down for shits and giggles. Wasn't that entertaining? Anywho, why I do try to keep politics and current events out of my streams. I kind of failed with the Venezuela situation, and so I might as well give the update about my guys in Venezuela. The Venezuelan air defense forces, the air defense troops for the Venezuelan army, were using Telegram channels for official communications. I got into them by pretending to be a tech support worker from Rostec, and so I was listening into a lot of their communication, well, listening, just reading them on Telegram, to a lot of their communications. Recent news has come out accusing the CIA of having bribed their air defense troops, and given the calmness of them throughout both the US operations and the shooting that occurred last night that people thought was a coup, like, yeah, that fucking tracks. That fucking tracks. With how calm they were during both situations and how they seemed more interested in what they were getting to eat after their shifts ended. Yeah, 100% that they were on the take. But at least that mystery was solved, why they were so fucking calm and nonchalant. By the way, I'm just going to straight up say it. Pretending to be a Rostec tech support worker has gotten me into way more classified fucking communication channels than it really should have. It's one of those tricks where I was like, I can't believe this fucking works. Yeah, I know how to take on a fellow M18. Alright, Kevin, I'm about to lose power. I'm stuck here no matter what. I'm waiting for you to poke your head if you're still alive. I would have hit him if I had power. Okay, time to start repairing. Oh shit, I could repair and use the turret at the same time? Fuck. Okay, it looks like I'm actually going to be pretty safe from this arty. And missed the opportunity. Thank you, Type 62. Yeah, I don't J out if it isn't apparent. I try to force the enemy into actually killing me because it means they have to actually spend the time killing me, which is more useful from a I want to win gameplay perspective than just going, I'm bored and I am already dead, and Jing out. Now, we've nearly recapped A. I think we've got Bravo pretty under lock, so I'm heading to Charlie. Not actually expecting to hit anything there. Once again, we've got a bunch of our tanks being pussies and not pushing in. There's an enemy pushing Bravo, so I'm actually going to head... Yep, I'm heading to Bravo. So we're now capping Bravo again. I am going to park on the other side of this hill, where I am safe. Unfortunately, my husks should still be blocking the little canyon I was using to try and ambush from. That's disappointing. I meant to hit C. Like, actually push your pussies. Like, admittedly, we are winning. And we are going to win. We've got enough. Looking at our lineup, we're gonna win. But we would be winning much faster and more handily if these tigers on our side would push point instead of sitting around and going, I'm getting my kills. Why is it up to the damn light tank to push? Gungvan, thank you for redeeming first. GVG Nathan, that's how it's fucking... Now my dyslexia is letting me pronounce it properly. Yes, I am legitimately dyslexic. Not massively so, not enough to legally be a disability, but enough for it to be a prescribable condition. At least it was when I got tested. Now if I probably got tested, it probably would be a disability, because it actually gets worse as you get older. Yeah, GVG Nathan, that makes sense. Welcome in, Nathan. Congrats on getting first again. One day you might have real competition for that goal. Not much, not much. Had a very uneventful day, apart from going to the doctors, but even then that was just for a basic checkup, post-hospital discharge checkup. Okay, you went to hospital for this, you've been discharged. Here, now we just need to double check that everything is still alright and you don't need to go back to hospital. It's like, if I needed to go back to hospital, I'd be in the hospital, not in the doctor's office saying I don't need to go back to hospital. I am so lucky he was almost certainly reloading. Don't know what just hit me. It didn't catch its muzzle flash. I'm just gonna ignore it and keep driving. There you are. Looks like we are going to lose. Might actually lose. Because we've got these guys who are just getting their kills in and leaving B undefended. But hey, that's the way of things, isn't it? Warthunder does have a naval mode. So, with Warthunder, there's a big competition with wargaming in the world of tanks, world of warplanes, all that sort of stuff. With Warthunder, if you say, I like World of Tanks, Warthunder fans will make fun of you. If you say, I like World of Planes, Warthunder fans will be making fun of you. If you say, I like World of Warships, Warthunder fans will be like, fuck yeah, World of Warships, because Warthunder Naval sucks. It fucking sucks. It is absolute abysmal dog shit. Like, I might actually play a match after this just to show you. It's not... The issue with Warthunder's naval mode is basically that because of the way Warthunder's gameplay works and how much control you have over the ship, it basically just turns into who shoots first. It's just a game of whoever gets to pull the trigger first wins. And it's full of bots. Like, it's completely overflowing with bots, Warthunder Naval. Like, as I said, I'll happily play around after we're done with this round, since it looks like we are going to win after all. To demonstrate. Because it does play like Warthunder. Unfortunately, the way that works with ships just doesn't quite work for a fun gameplay experience. Best squad! Okay, and elevation mechanism next. Purchase, and we'll play a round of naval. I'm not even allowed to do naval RB until I've done a bunch of naval arcade, which I haven't even attempted. Let's see here. I'll do naval. Do I have to? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it on a different tree, so we'll do it on the British tree. I'm also going to suck at this just because it's been a long time since I've played naval.
Bosun, bring us to general quarters. Engines, crank speed.
So we're actually going to be fighting bots at the moment because the first few rounds are always against bots, not real players. As you can see by the fact I am the only person here, I am the only new player on naval at the moment. Because it does put you together on a team. But it puts you together on a team against other, against bots when you start a new game mode. So, left click, fires the machine guns. We're a torpedo boat at the moment, but I don't quite know. No, we're just a naval patrol. We're just a PT boat. We're just a patrol boat. Those are mine laying rails, not torpedoes. So if I hit G, that should release my smoke screen. I have firefighting and repair equipment. I stated, it has been a long time since I played naval, but from everything I've heard, it has not improved. And basically, the problem is, in War Thunder, if you hit an ammo bin, it cooks off and is basically an instant kill. And you have such control over your guns, and the guns have such explosive damage that it's pretty much past a certain point, just whoever shoots first wins, because it's just a guaranteed ammo bin. Okay, let's get firefighting done. Come on, get up, get that turret down. There we go, got their crew. Yeah, so I'm still in the tutorial. I said I have not played naval on this account before, and it's been years since I last gave it a real try. Okay, let's get... Okay, he's burnt out.
Engines 2/3.
Oof. Oof, I'm aware of trying to watch stuff on with bad internet. I'm calling in some artillery from a larger ship. Yeah, the naval tutorial's green water. There's green water and blue water naval modes. And I am wrecked. Hello, Fail 1998. Welcome. We're doing the naval tutorial because GVG Nathan wanted to have a look at Warthunder Naval and didn't understand why I said it was shit. Like the main thing with it is just they tried to keep it playing like War Thunder to keep the gameplay consistent whilst keeping the same realism, and that just results in it being way too much of a who shoots first wins match. It also means it's incredibly easy for bots, so Chinese bots that just grind War Thunder to unlock shit to sell the account after unlocking a bunch of shit and whatnot, because that is a thing. There is a secondary market for War Thunder accounts, even though it's against TOS. They tend to flood naval because of how simple naval is. It's very easy to program a bot to play War Thunder naval. There's a crew down. No problem. If you have to go, you have to go. No, this isn't an airport lounge. You don't need to announce it. You do what you gotta do. Right, we're now in cap. Alright, we've taken Bravo. I am going to lose to the bots here. Yeah, basically that's the problem with naval. It's once you're past the early green water boats, which you will level up past very quick. Yeah, it's the one time where War Thunder fans say they would rather play Wargaming's equivalent, World of Warships. And it's just because it's such a one-shot or whoever shoots first wins mode. Which is also why, as I mentioned earlier, it's just full of Chinese bots. It's full of Chinese bots XP grinding to sell the account. Which is a pity, because the ships are fucking beautiful in their models, and their modeling is not just in terms of the actual physical model, but in terms of recreating their performance is just fantastic. I am a little bit of a naval nerd because about half of my family ended up in the Navy at some point. Like, but I do have a military background in my family, strong military background in my family, and it is mostly in the Navy. So hey, we lost. No problem. But yeah, I'll actually take this for a test sail. Just to demonstrate what it's like with a blue water ship as well. Controls are exactly the same, you just get... Yeah, your small guns are... Your smallest guns auto-fire, as you can see. And they just... absolutely... shred. And yeah, it's just... Point your guns at a target, watch it cease to exist. So we're ranging now, and we can... It's terrifying. It is terrifying. So we wait for splash. So my ranging's wrong, but this is why those shells keep not hitting. It's still hitting way ahead of where it should be. Again, like once you get the hang of the aiming, it's comically easy. God damn it. Yeah, that should be the right ranging. Let's watch this. Yep. No problem. I'm gonna be here for hours, so you probably will up getting able to catch. Okay. Now while we wait, let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Oh shit, I wanted RB, not arcade. Oh well, we get a fun little arcade round. Time to indulge in some absolute chaos. Ooh. This movement speed is so stupid in the arcade. See you later, Nathan. Oof. Too focused on the 57, didn't notice the 85. Right, we're going to the urban area this time. I only rushed to Bravo because I was trying to cap the point. Just keep moving. Oh, if I moved a little more to the right, I would have ended that Tiger before the VK3002 got me. We are going straight back to RB after this, by the way. I did not mean to play arcade. Not that this isn't a fun little diversion. I'll take an air battle. Please spawn in an interceptor. Please, 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 please. Someone pick up an interceptor. Oh. Well, that's me for the arcade round. Now to do what I actually wanted to do, which is RB. Now, okay, so we've got 7,000 more points till we unlock the T92. So we're definitely getting it tonight. We're definitely getting it tonight. I wonder, 140 characters is the limit for the go live notification. How much fun could I have with 140 characters, I wonder? Oh, it's taking its time. I don't know why it's taking its time. There's enough people to put together a good matchup. There we go. All right, I'm gonna rush to Charlie. Let me just... dump that there. Super Hellcat's probably going to beat me now because of that little fucky wucky as I was trying to play at my artillery. That also means he's probably going to take the shot before me. If any enemy spots us doing this. Haha, I'm faster than you. Even with the fucky wucky. And from the looks of the mini-map, we're going to be capping Bravo pretty quickly. Yeah, the team's done a good spread. He's still too focused on the other guy. I might be able to hit his turret muscle. But I can't pen it from this angle. That's friendly. Wait, where's according to intelligence? That was 100% deserving of according to intelligence. God damn it, the one time I actually deserved that badge. Shouldn't have stopped backing up. Should have kept backing up the whole time. I would have been safe. Okay, we need to push into Bravo. What are you doing? Once again, why is it up to the light tank main to do all the hero shit? I'm supposed to be sneaky and sniping from the sides and doing recon. Instead, I have to keep pushing point because the rest of the team doesn't fucking know how. Got your engine and then got you. There's that T-34 moving around. That's what I'm really worried about. I think one of my allies probably took care of the T-34. Not really paying attention to the kill feed all that much. I'm kind of tempted to switch to heavy tank maining just because I seem to be because the players I keep getting matched up with seem to keep forcing me to play as a heavy tank should anyway, by just not heavy tanking properly. Super Hellcat, we need to go to Charlie. These two Chinese medium tanks are the guys who are... I can't believe I actually... It's such a small bit of ammo to hit in that turret. That I wish I could say that was on purpose. I was just standing around at the turret. Anyway, yeah, these two Chinese medium tank players seem to be the only guys on the team who actually have the head on their shoulders properly. And this guy in the Swedish vehicle. Yeah, the Swede in the BMP. But like enormous parts of the team. Oh yeah, we've lost. Look how many of our team members we don't have anymore. Like, yeah, we've got the 2 points under cap, but are we going to hold them? And the answer's no. That doesn't mean I'm just throwing in the towel. I'm going to keep playing like my life depends on it. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm tempted to switch to heavy tank maining just because I keep being forced to play the role of the heavy tank because the heavy tankers I keep getting matched with don't fucking want to be heavy tanks. They want to be tank destroyers. Oh, wait, no, you're friendly. Thank God there's no team damage. Got ya. That is a scary vehicle to fight. One of the vehicles I miss from the Soviet tree. 257 mils absolutely ruin the day of every light tank. We may win. We may win. I don't think we're going to. As I said, look at the amount of people we've lost compared to them. But if we can just hold the points, We can keep them focused on just getting their kills instead of actually playing to the match. Yep, we're losing Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Jagd Tiger.
We no longer have the advantage.
That's a big bone. Oh, I just saw a hostile moving. Question is, will he still be somewhere I can see him when I'm in an actual attack position? Yes! Someone else killed him. We've lost. We've lost, but at this point... doesn't mean I can't still get a kill or two. Drop into the football field. Gives me some visual cover. And machine gun by the T-44-100. Right, that means... oh no, I still have the M42. Well, might as well. Might as well. Ooh, a nuke! I wonder whose side it is. Because with the amount of points that we've gotten, I could see it being one of ours. And honestly, I don't care if I lose or ooze if we get to see the nuke cutscene. Yeah, it's not one of ours. Here it goes. I'm at 6.3. Welcome in, Splomph. I'm at 6.3, but I'm very much an IFV fan, so the Duster's the closest thing I've got to one. And we'll have to one for a while. So that's why I've got the Duster in the lineup. Oh. Happy to see a nuke go off. Don't even care that it was that it was one of ours. The fact that I'm number 2 in the team shows how badly this team was, because I am generally quite shit at the game. 4 ground targets destroyed. That's unnaturally good for me. No problem. Just post your Warthunder username in the chat and I will add you to squad. I'll also add you to friends list, so if you ever turn up for stream again, it's quick and easy for me to find you. And for the record, quite a few of my friends have dragged me up to 12.7 with my current lineup. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun trying to achieve anything. Splomph. Yippee. Friend and squad. Right, so heads up, I usually play on... Yes, I am a light tank fan. I am very much a light tank and IFV guy. I like my vehicles to be able to move. We're pushing to unlock for T92 today so we can finally retire the Chaffee from the lineup. Hey, another clanker just trying to bypass my chat filters. Wow, I haven't seen one not actually do any weird symbols in that fucking thing for a long time. Right, well, I've sent the squad request. You accept it when you're ready. And feel free to tell me which servers you prefer to play in. I can play in any server but EU. Okay, I'll send it again. There you are. There we go. Like, if there's a particular server you prefer to play on, let me know. I can play, as I said, any server but EU. EU, I get well over 500 ping. Yep. Okay, well, we're going to be playing in the South Asia server then, if you don't have a preference. There isn't an Australia server, it's the South Asia server. I think it's located in Singapore. I know a lot of Australia servers for online games are actually located in Singapore. Alright. And you're a Soviet tree enjoyer. The Soviet tree's the tree I actually have the most experience in as a player. Not on this profile, though. I made this profile just for streaming, and I don't have any other Warthunder accounts anymore. I actually picked the US because it was the one I have the least experience in. Might as well introduce my challenge that I'm doing. I am doing a free-to-play grind challenge where not only do I have to stay free-to-play, I'm also not allowed to use paid content I'm given for free. So I can't use these backups, even though I've got them. I can't use research boosts. I can't use anything I'm allowed to pay money for. It's a nice, solid medium tank. A little slow for my taste, but it's just a good all-rounder. It also lacks depression, but that's just Soviet armor in general. They really didn't think about putting depression or fighting from hull down. Very aggressive designs. I love VM18 for its speed. I'm usually the fastest vehicle here if there's no Italian players. The Italians have an APC with a recoilless gun on it that is able to go a full 100. Full 100 mph. It's the only vehicle that gives me that can leave me in the dust. It can be, but you usually have to expose more of your hull, which defeats the purpose of fighting from hull down. I run into that Chinese player all the time. He absolutely hits me. R3106, yeah, I think that's the Italian APC in question. Yeah, I'm drawing a space on it off the top of my head. I know the Korean designation because the Koreans made it under license. So I know the Korean designation is CM6011, I believe. It will be in the Korean tree when the Korean tree goes live. God, that is going to be the one. That is going to be what drags me from this challenge. What finally drags me into taking a vacation from this challenge is the Korean tree going live. Because the Korean tree is going to be so fun. Early BRs are like the best of World War II US and World War II Russian. Then once you start getting into the mid BRs, you get like a weird grab bag of vehicles. Because it's going to be a combined Korea tree, so it's got both North and South Korea in it. And North Korea has some weird bespoke vehicles. My big question, which I cannot get a straight answer from anyone in Gaijin who's been working on the tree, is whether or not the Koskan is going to be in the tree, which is a North Korean self-propelled artillery gun that is one of, not the, but one of the biggest self-propelled artillery guns ever produced, and it does have a direct fire ammunition for it. I can't get a straight answer out of anyone who's seen the tree as to whether or not they're planning to put the Koskan. The Koskan is a Russian name for it. It was produced in Russia as well. The North Koreans produced it under license. The North Korean version had a bigger gun though. Yeah, it's fucking huge. As stated though, the North Korean version actually put an even bigger gun on it. But like a lot of North Korean vehicles, since we don't actually know their real names, we tend to use either the Russian name of the Russian vehicle they were based on, if they were based on Russian vehicles. And if they weren't based on it, we just use M19, whatever year we first saw them. Or M18, whatever year, 20, whatever year we first saw them, if it was after the turn of the millennium. Oh, fuck, he burnt out. Or jade out. But yeah, absolute massive gun. As stated, the North Koreans were the only ones who actually made direct fire ammo for it. We only discovered that they made direct fire ammo for it during the first Gulf War. Because Iraq bought a bunch of them, and we caught the Iraqis with the ammo. Come on, get the gun up. Damn it. I should have gone down the hill. I shouldn't have tried to take him. That's actually how we found out a lot about North Korean equipment, was the 1990's first Gulf War. Because the Iraqi army had a lot of gear that they bought from North Korea. And that was our first time getting our hands on it in the West. I know the Iraqis had a few Chonmahos, and they sent the Chonmahos here to Australia to have us do the armor analysis on them instead of sending it to Aberdeen, because Aberdeen had their hands full with a bunch of other shit that they got their hands on for the first time in the Gulf War. I actually know one of the physicists who was working for Thales Australia at the time, who was doing the armor analysis. He also did the armor analysis on the export version of the T92 for the Australian government, because we nicked a couple of T72s that were captured from Iraq so we could do our own armor analysis on it instead of relying on what the Americans wanted to tell us. The composite material in the export version of the T72 is literally styrofoam. It is literally the same styrofoam you would use to pack, like, a package or a parcel. I mean, it works, but it's not, like, sophisticated material like the T62s were. No, it was not textiline like we thought it would be. It was literal fucking styrofoam. It was always fun getting drunk with him, because he was in the same medieval reenactment group I was in a few years back. It was fun getting drunk with him because he would let spill so much fucking classified shit he wasn't supposed to spill, but he would only spill the funny shit. He wouldn't spill anything that was actually tactically significant. Oh, have you got the nuke? You got the nuke. Sweet. Yeah, drop bombs on me. Ignore the nuke. Ignore the Tupolev flying overhead. Yeah, if you ever want to learn classified Australian military secrets, become a medieval reenactor. A shit ton of our former special forces and engineers for our military are medieval reenactors. Become a medieval reenactor and take up drinking fine liquor. And then be willing to share. You will learn so much shit.
Objective achieved. Dig in.
One of these days, I'll get to be the person who drops a nuke. Probably not until I unlock the Bradley, though. Like, the lack of a good vehicle with an autocannon for ground targets is really holding me back in my performance. God damn, if you keep performing like that, we're gonna see a lot of nukes. Yeah, Russian bias. The Russian bias is obvious, but it's mild enough that it can be overcome. And so the game's still fun. A lot of people are saying Russian bias for the BMPT, and a little of it is Russian bias, but there's usually, like, whenever they release a hyped up vehicle, it's always overtuned from where it should be. Yeah, the BMPT, I just brought it up. Perfect timing, alright? Because I'm not paying for any content and keeping this account pure during the challenge, I haven't had a chance to try it yet, outside of a test drive I did off stream. It's really overtuned. It's overtuned for what it is. It's way lower BR than it should be. It should not be 10.7. It should be 11.7, possibly even 12.0. And its ammo bins are not set up properly. The missiles are way too... the ATGMs are way too durable. Not really, not really. It really, really, really should be at 11.7. But yeah, the attackers. I know people in militaries who have had real experience with attackers, including Russians and Ukrainians. The missiles are way more fragile than they are in game. Like they are a very fragile missile. One round from a M2 should red an attacker, if not completely break it. But it takes like 3 rounds to take out one of the attackers on the BMPT in this. Which is a major part of the overtuning that people do not talk about. Oh! That was a stupid decision and I can't believe it paid off. Oh yeah, it's absolutely competitive even at top tier. Which is why I'm saying it should be 11.7, because it is not powerful enough that a top tier player who knows what they're doing will not take it out every time. But there's enough top tier players who don't know what they're doing for it to still be a very competitive vehicle. Okay, I really shouldn't be pushing to alpha. I should be joining in the defense in the urban environment here, because this is where I'm king. I'm great at urban combat. But I'm pushing to alpha because it's going to be more entertaining. Fair warning, I do need to bring that up. I play to be entertaining on stream because I'm a streamer, which means I often make bad decisions from a gameplay perspective that I know are bad. Because unlike a lot of failing Warthunder streamers, and I don't say this to be mean, I say this to point out ways people can actually succeed better, is that your goal in streaming is to be an entertainer, not to play the game well. Like, my YouTube channel has fucking 30 subscribers, and yet I will regularly get thousands of views on my Warthunder clips. Meanwhile, I see Warthunder streamers with thousands of subscribers who can barely crack 200 on their clips, because their clips are just montages of, look how awesome and cool I am at this game, as if YouTube isn't fucking flooded with Warthunder clips like that. Whereas most my successful Warthunder clips are me being fucking stupid in a fun way. Okay, I got your gunner, but not... Yeah, it helps, but entertainment is more important. That's why you see so many streamers who are bad at every single game, yet end up very successful. because they're able to make their shittiness entertaining. My most recent clip was from my last, not my last Warthunder stream, was me in the Chaffee, and it was actually me being badass and taking out 3 Tiger 1s on my own. But the reason I posted the clip wasn't because, look how awesome I am at this game. It's because I was fucking shit-faced drunk that stream. So it was 1 drunk Chaffee versus 3 Tigers. And it was the silliness that the drunk Chaffee was actually the one winning. And even then, I won due to dumbass luck, because there was a tiger that had a perfect shot at me, and I just yeeted around at him in desperation and managed to successfully take out his barrel. If I had not in desperation just gone, fuck it, we send, I would have lost that encounter, and rightfully so. Yeah, I was not winning that engagement. I didn't even notice for Rattel. Speaking of bullshit balancing, the Rattel should not be a 7.0 vehicle when it has a fucking Milan on it. It is the only vehicle in this BR range that has an ATGM on it, and it's a good ATGM. It's not a piece of shit. Like, if it was like a Russian BMP or something, like an early BMP with a fucking Malyutka on it, I could understand, because the Malyutka sucks. The Milan is actually good. Why is it at fucking 7.0? Of course, the answer is it has the armor of tissue paper and a 20 mil for its main gun, and a lot of people at this BR don't know how to use a ATGM properly. And I'm dead. Yeah! 8.0 makes sense. That's when you're regularly starting to see the early ATGMs. The Milan is still a good fucking ATGM for 8.0. It would... But it makes sense. Yeah, I'm not hitting it. I'm shit as SPAA without fucking radar guidance. That's why I don't even bother loading my SPAA with anything but armor-piercing rounds. Because I'm not hitting anything anyway, even with the proxy rounds. But yeah, it's one of those vehicles that got dragged to a really low BR because the people who use it don't know how to use it properly, and it's just never been corrected. So if you're actually a decent player and want to have a curb stop match, get yourself a Rattel 20. Oh, absolutely. They are powerful fucking cannons for their BR. But the lack of any real guidance means if you're not good, they're useless as SPAA. But they make for a decent improv IFE. I don't know if that scouting mark is right, but I might as well drop arty before I forget to drop my arty. Yeah, air is full of vehicles that are undertuned because, that are way below their proper BR just because they play atypically and the players don't know how to use them. How And you only hit my driver! I am an open-top vehicle! How is the driver the only... who actually has a roof on his head, the only person who got hit in that fighter sweep? I'm not even mad. That's impressive. I should mention now, I don't really play air, by the way. It's never really clicked with me. I do intend to sometime later this year give air another shake with a HOTAS controller. Because the issue I've had with air is playing air RB is too arcadey for me to enjoy it as a simulator game compared to like DCS, which I do play, but not on stream at the moment. And playing it as an arcade game, it's too simulatory for me. I'd rather play Ace Combat if I want an arcade air game. So I've never really gotten too into air. I have played with jets, so I do know what it's like. Fuck it, kill me, you bastard! And that's my last vehicle of the match, I believe. I believe I'm out of vehicles I'm allowed to use for my challenge. Yep. So to spectator mode it is. And we're spectating you now. In the Nonna. Yeah, nah, that's one of the reasons why Warthunder Air is popular, because it is very playable with a mouse. But the thing is, I still, even as playable as it is with a mouse, I still can't stand using a mouse to control a flight game. I cannot stand using a mouse to control a flight game, no matter how good it is. I can recognize its technical competency, I just can't, it just never clicks. All right, we're back to Hangavan. But yeah, I've tried Warthunder with a gamepad as well, and once again, I would just rather play Ace Combat. I do want to give it a another try. Oh, XLT21, welcome to stream. Yeah, I do want to give Aviation another try because it is such a huge roster of such beautifully modeled aircraft. I mean, I'm lucky Gaijin is very loose with people ripping models from War Thunder to use in mods for other games. But yeah, the roster is just so enormous with so many well-modeled aircraft that just doesn't turn up. You're in luck. We're going to be playing ground. We're just talking about why my issues with air, why I would love to love air but don't at the moment. But yeah, like I can't even find good pictures of the FUD, the F-105 here, when I'm looking for it. Yeah, that's basically been my issue with !Discord, and you can join my Discord server. Normally I do voice chat over Discord, but as of about October, November, my computer started having an issue with Discord. It's only the computer I stream on, but that has this issue, so I know it is this computer. Whenever I stay more than 20 minutes in a Discord call, it fries my internet. And I have to like unplug my Wi-Fi connector for like 5 minutes and let it cool off. It's really sad. I am looking into a solution. I bought a PCIe Wi-Fi connector to be the solution, only to forget that I had to change my motherboard out earlier in the year last year, and my new motherboard doesn't have a spare PCIe slot. Thank you. I will just send you the friend request and squad invite now. I send a friend request just so I can find you easier in future. I'm just going to double send that from the squad invite because it's been buggy. Yep. Yeah, I've never heard of it happening before either. Discord support has been no help. As stated, it's only this computer that does it. No problem. No problem. We're currently at 6.3, but I do not mind being dragged up in BR. Because it is fun to fight vehicles that other than what I normally find. No. Thank you for listening to the chat army, by the way, XLT21. Welcome in, Private. Yes, my community are called by privates, and yes, I do make sex jokes doing that. Just a heads up. 6.7? Perfect. It's not a wired connection. It is Wi-Fi. It is a USB Wi-Fi connector. It's a very shit one. I just don't have the money to buy another one at the moment. I'm really pissed at myself with the PCIe one because I spent big on that PCIe connector. I bought the Rolls Royce of PCIe Wi-Fi connectors, the MSI Sentinel, which has a 10 gigabits per minute limit, like a 10 gigabit speed. My internet is only half a gigabit, which is the fastest internet I can get where I am. All right, once you guys are set up, we'll play. Just a heads up, typically when playing a mixed US and German team, we have exceedingly long wait times to get into game. Just a heads up, that does tend to happen. If either of you want to play German knowing that, just know that. Also, XLT, if you have a preferred server, let me know. The only server I have troubles playing on is EU. I do have mild issues with CIS, but I will play on CIS before I play on EU. Basically, my ping is about 300 on South Asia, 350 on North America, 450 on CIS, and well over 500 on EU. No problem. I bring it up because I've had mixed games with... I have a lot of fans who are from Central Europe who like to play on the EU servers. And I've had fans from Southeast Asia as well, and I've had to try and work out a fair compromise between having a server that works for everyone before. CIS is usually the compromise. The Russians are very confused when someone starts speaking Malaysian in chat. Haven't seen Kenro in a while. I hope he's doing well. A little. I don't mind self-promo if people are polite and ask, but if all you do is self-promo and use my stream to shell your stream, I will eventually get angry at you. And thank you for the hydrate. That's a reminder I needed to get my water bottle out. But yeah, I'm a little looser on self-promo than most streamers are, because I recognize how hard it is to get your start. Basically, don't make a habit out of it, and I won't care. Fair enough, fair enough. I will... Let's just... Copy. That should work. I've never actually used the shout-out command before. I think that didn't work. Let's edit quick actions. I don't really use that one. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, I know I don't need that level of a PCIe card. I was just splurging. I was just splurging, going, well, I never have to... if I'm buying a new PCIe Wi-Fi card, I might as well go for the Rolls Royce and treat myself. I do have a plan to eventually move to a wired connection in a way. I only have the ports to connect one PC to my router via wired connection. When I redo my stream setup and go to a multi-PC setup, this PC that is sending the stream out will be getting that wired connection. Because I have a spare PC that I intend to set up with into a multi-PC streaming setup, but I have to like rearrange my entire room. I need to buy new shelving and all sorts of shit before I can actually set it up the way I want it set up. But yeah, there's an actual network port in my room, so I can plug that in and then take a cord from the network ports next to my router in the other room and have it all connected via a fucking 50 gigabit cable. Yeah, we splurged when we had the house built on getting network cable to the 2 rooms of the people who are in my house who actually use internet. And yes, I did just say we splurged when we had the house built. This house that I live in was built to my design. It's something I'm very proud of. I put a lot of hours into designing this house. People look at it and go, oh, it's just a rectangle. Then they get inside and go, this is the most well-designed rectangle I've ever entered. And I just need to open my Discord now because I have to manually verify everyone. That's why there's a beginner chat, which is a fucking dangerous thing to have in a Discord channel, a chat that has no restrictions on it that anyone can access. But I haven't set up the verification bot yet. Oh yeah, GIFs aren't allowed to be embedded onto the beginner chat, nor our videos. Yeah, the issue with a multi-port router is then I have to replace my router. And I only recently bought my router. It says it's invalid. It's just it's just laggy. You should be verified now. Yeah, I intend to get a switch. My router can do 10 gigabits per second as well, because it's a, I intend to get a network switch, and all that sort of stuff in the future. We'll see how things go. It all depends on whether I can get a good enterprise solution. So I don't buy bargain basement tech, and I don't buy gamer tech, because I'm a former actual tech worker, and I know that the stuff your ISP sells you is like the cheapest thing that'll do the job, and the stuff that's advertised to gamers is like one step above the cheapest thing that'll do the job. So I buy enterprise solutions, and that shit's expensive. When I replaced my router, which was just whatever that my ISP gave me, because at the time I didn't have cash to be picky. I'd just gotten out of being homeless. I just picked whatever the ISP gave me that would work. It was a cheap piece of shit. It finally died. I went with the cheapest enterprise solution, and the only reason I didn't go with a better one is because I just literally couldn't afford it, and I needed a replacement immediately. So I went with a Ubiquity product, which is very good. I never used Ubiquity before. I'm probably going to stick with them in future because it's been such a good product. I don't like that I have to do everything through my phone in a phone app, but I do like everything else about Ubiquity. And it is the best. It's the best phone-based phone app for controlling a network router I've ever had. If I have to have a phone app to control my router, it's going to be Ubiquity from now on. Oh yeah, 8-port gigabit switch from anyone but TP-Link would do me just fine. I don't like TP-Link products. They have horrible network security. So yeah, that would do me just fine. But I don't want... But give it like 3-4 years from now. Will it still do me just fine, or will I need to upgrade? I don't want to have to upgrade. I want something that can last me like 8 years, which is why I went with a 10 gigabit router. Delicious water. It's not fine if it's TP-Link. TP-Link has known security issues. I forget which exact issue it is off the top of my head that they refuse to fix. And the thing is, it's something they can fix over the net. They could literally release a network update to fix the issue, but they don't, because they know any customer who's going to complain about it is someone who will happily switch because they haven't done it. Any customer who isn't going to complain will never notice the problem. But it is serious. There is serious issues with TP-Link and security. I'm just going to mute myself a bit because I've got to cough a lot for a real bit. That sounded disgusting. I'm glad I muted myself. Yes, even after the router in the network chain, it is a problem that is at switch level. It is basically very, very easy to give yourself admin position in the entire network chain with TP-Link products, and they just refuse to fix it. As stated, it's something they can fix in a firmware update, and they just refuse to do anything about it. I mean, they may have finally been pressured into it, because I know they've lost a lot of market share since it came out. Marco Fukasame, another streamer, knows talked about it on stream before. She knows a lot more about it because I'm a former tech worker. She's a former computer science professor. She used to teach it at university. So people coming to her for tech advice on stream is still a big thing of her streams. So she keeps up more up to date than I do. Even though I used to do a lot more networking stuff than she did when she was working as a computer science professor. But yeah, because her content has a lot more, this is how your network works, this is how your computer works in it. She does keep a lot more up to up to date. Oh, absolutely. I stated, anyone who's tech literate enough to hear about it started switching out all their TP-Link shit the moment they heard about the problem. Since TP-Link's pretty bargain basement tech, it hasn't been that hard. Fuck. That was a bad matchup for me. Ugh. Okay, this dizziness is not going away regardless of how much I hydrate, so I may need to BRB after this round for like 2 seconds and grab myself a little snack of something. Because if the dizziness isn't going, it's probably low blood sugar of some kind. It has been like 3 hours since I last ate. For the records, I am pre-diabetic. I do not have diabetes, but I'm in that part of I have some of the early symptoms of someone who is about to develop type 2. I am on a diet to ensure that I don't develop type 2. I am very seriously on a corrective diet, and I'm making great progress. According to my doctor, I actually had a doctor's appointment for a checkup on it earlier today. But I still occasionally suffer from low blood sugar issues. I chose to have sweet chili sauce instead of barbecue sauce with dinner. That usually results in me having low blood sugar later in the day if I don't have a snack. Because the sweet chili sauce that I get has less sugar than the barbecue sauce I get. Right, I think I'm out of vehicles. I'm out of vehicles. No, I still have the M109, so I'm coming in on the M109. If I go down on the M109, I'm going to go spectator with whoever's still up and go quickly have myself literally a barbecue sauce sandwich. I'm just going to throw 2 slices of bread, grab 2 slices of bread, throw some barbecue sauce between them and have it as a quick snack. That usually gets enough sugar in me to solve the issues with low blood sugar if I have blood sugar issues. That is a common thing, Splomp, not knowing anything about networking. Networking hardware is a giant black spot in a lot of people's knowledge. If I didn't do networking work professionally during my IT work back like 10, 15 years ago, I would know nothing. And even then, when I did networking professionally, I actually knew nothing about networking. Basically, I was a web designer who put up like fucking cards on local notice boards. And instead of when old couples setting up their family business who knew nothing about nothing called me, instead of just going, no, you need to call someone else, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll give it a shot. I know enough that I can teach myself how to do X or Y or Z. And so I ended up doing all sorts of IT shit that I actually wasn't qualified for. And actually, I was pretty good at it. Like, I never had any complaints. I had people who were more qualified than me come in and just say, yeah, this is pretty good work, amateurish but good, and you were kind enough to give notations in the notation field for all your work. So when you code shit in like web design and all that sort of stuff, you have a field where you can put in writing that doesn't actually affect any programming to just explain what you're trying to accomplish. Most people never fucking use that. I used it religiously, so people really... Anyone who came along later and had to work on my work would get into contact with me and thank me for not only providing contact details if you needed to ask questions about what I did, but actually using those fields, because it always saved them months of basically programming archaeology trying to figure out what I did. Anyway, I'm gonna throw on... Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna throw on spectator mode and mute myself while I go. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if I can... We're all out of a match, right? I'm always clumsy in that menu. Yep, okay. Back to hangar. I will try to mute myself. I decided instead of opening a fresh bag of bread and letting it start to get stale and all, I decided to leave my bread fresh for tomorrow and grab myself a bag of popcorn. Yeah, actually both still in game. Oh, well. I'll just peek around the tech tree. Oh yeah, absolutely. You have to comment your code. That was drilled into me in my high school programming class because I actually did some programming in high school because my high school was smart enough to actually offer that as a class, as an elective. If you had no comments in your code, you failed. It didn't matter how well your code worked. That was an automatic fail. I miss programming class. Mostly because you could faintly hear our teacher was a gamer, and you could faintly hear the you could faintly hear him playing Doom on the computers in class, which was always funny. Really? Starfield? Starfield's fucking boring. I mean, I had a lot of fun when I was playing Starfield, but I was having fun making fun of the game. And geeking out about some geeking out a little about some, NASA nerdery, because I like, early NASA shit, and there's some nice NASA nerdery in the game. But for the most part, yeah, Starfield fucking sucks. Like, I bought the premium edition that came with the DLC for free, and I still haven't played the damn DLC. That might be the issue. To quote Seth Zintach, if it's one of the only video games you get to play, new video games you get to play all year, you kind of have to make yourself like it. Nah, yeah, that makes sense. Like, as I said, like, Starfield... I intend to stream Starfield sometime, actually. I do actually intend to do that. But mostly because I intend it to be a stream about how a game can be technically competent and really boring. Like, I intend to do some, like, streams where I just talk game design. And the game of choice is just there to be a test sample to talk about the game design and all the issues. Now, Stellaris makes a lot more sense. Stellaris is a fantastic example of a bad video game that's just really just too fun. Anyway, because... yeah, the thing is, the Bethesda formula worked in 2004, 2006, 2008, 2011. But it was mostly working because it was being held up by writing and world building that was good. But everyone at Bethesda who was good at writing and world building has left Bethesda. And if you want evidence of that, play the Imperial Cult... not the Imperial Cult, the Imperial Legion questline in Morrowind. The questline was literally written by Todd Howard, and it plays like modern fucking Bethesda. And it sucks. It is... and Morrowind's my favorite fucking video game of all time. And it's because of the writing and quest design. Oh, fucking hell! 44 points of research to unlock. Which actually shows up errors in Starfield's game design, because a lot of Starfield's gameplay is technically functional. But there's a lot missing. No problem, XLT21. Nice to see you here. Hope to see you again. But yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot that doesn't work in Starfield's game design despite technically being competent. It's why it would make a great case study for me to just talk about game design. Interesting layout. Yeah. And part of the reason I'm really like talking about game design is because I actually do have writing credits on a few published tabletop games. A couple of RPGs and a couple of war games. I'm not going to say which ones, because I do actually value anonymity. That's why I am a VTuber and not a facecam streamer. But yeah, I have actual published game design experience. I make a lot of prototype video games in Unity in my spare time, though nothing ever really comes to a state where I would even consider releasing it for free as like a fun little toy. But yeah, I'm really, really into game design. But one thing that was pointed out by a YouTuber I like called Private Sessions with Starfield's game design is an enormous amount of Starfield can be enormously improved just by changing the fucking soundtrack. Because the Inon Zur soundtrack does not fit the gameplay at all. Absolutely, a good story can elevate a game with bad gameplay to be amazing. But the thing is, you can have a game with good gameplay and a shit story and people will still like it. It's a lot easier to have a game with good gameplay and no story, or shit story, and still have people like it, than it is to have a game with a good story but shit gameplay and have people like it. A good example of a game with shit gameplay but an amazing story is the 2005 Russian survival horror game Pathologic, or more Eutropia in its original Russian release. It's a nightmare to get anyone to try and play that fucking game because the gameplay absolutely fucking sucks, but the narrative, if the narrative hits right, it will drag people through all the shit gameplay. It is the walking simulator. Yeah, but that's Call of Duty for way more than the last 5 years. That was such a bullshit win for me. I mean, it was kind of bullshit my first round didn't one-shot him. But that second round should not have killed him. Ha! Got your cannon. Damn it, wasn't fast enough getting my artillery down. Spawn in something with artillery. But yeah, a good example of a game with amazing gameplay but a bad story would be the 7.62 series, which is a series of Russian tactical RPGs. None of them have good stories. None of them have good stories, but the gameplay is fucking amazing. So that is Brigade, E5, 7.62 High Caliber, and Marauder. Truly wonderful gameplay. Gameplay so good it has actually ruined other games in the genre that are actually good for me, because 7.62, which is the one I play the most, is just so much better. I haven't actually played Marauder yet, though I do own it. And Brigade E5, I can't really go back to with the improvements 7.62 made over it. Thank you, Yak9. I don't think I'm gonna even be able to pen this fucker at this range, but I'm still throwing rounds at him to piss him off. Especially since it means he's not paying attention to the T-44 that can actually pen him. That is slowly approaching him. I have absolutely played Journey. Journey was actually... This is gonna sound like bad. I cannot play fucking Journey again. And the reason I cannot play fucking Journey again is Journey was required to be played for multiple university courses I've done in my life. Like, it was required coursework. And I've now played Journey no less than 7 times. I've gotten everything I can out of Journey. Masterpiece experience, everyone should experience Journey at least once. I cannot experience Journey again. It will fucking drive me nuts. I'm not even mad. I was probably like the only reliable target for that Chi-Ha. And yes, I've played Osu. It's great fun. No, I may actually end up streaming Brigade E5. Now that I think about it, even though I said I can't go back to it with the improvements 762 made. Because Brigade E5's old enough that I can actually list it as a retro game, so I'll have discoverability on Twitch, and it will be a great case study in how amazing gameplay can actually be. Like, any of the pause mode games would be great for showing off how good things can be. Yes! Order and select a crew. Now, I want to see. Can I get it to work? Nope, my hand tracking is still broken, so I'm not going to physically salute, but I am going to salute in spirit. Everyone press F to pay respects to the Chaffee. And yes, we are going for the M56 next. Because I want to replace the M109. As fun as it is, it's still a little slow for me. And I was right that I needed a bit of food in me, because the dizziness disappeared after like 2 handfuls of popcorn. I've had good experience with the Chaffee up to 8.0. I mean, I've just been playing the Chaffee at 6.7 and having a great time. Yeah, I don't mind being dragged up a bit. Now, let me just check. Okay, it doesn't tell me how much room is in its ready rack, so I'm going to do my regular thing of just taking 22 rounds when I don't know. I'm just going to let it spawn me wherever it decides to spawn me. I'm a little annoyed I don't have, I have to choose between either straight high X or something with no fucking explosive cap. Netgear is pretty bargain basement. I will take Netgear over TP Link, but I do not like Netgear stuff at all. They are pretty bargain basement. Like, if you want good speed, if you want security, if you want products with actual support, you have to buy enterprise products. So that's stuff that is targeting business users. And enterprise products do not come cheap. I've had fantastic experience with Ubiquiti since I've tried them. I had never tried Ubiquiti before because they were always pretty on the low end of enterprise. And most of my clients already had higher end equivalents from other enterprise producers. I was on short notice because my modem, my router had actually died. And the only enterprise grade solution I could afford was my current router from Ubiquiti. I forget the exact model name. Of those three, I would go with the Ubiquiti product. As I said, I do find it rather annoying that I have to use a phone app to control the settings of my router. It's really, really, really annoying. But it is the best phone app to control anything on my router that I've ever seen. Like, they may have forced me to go with a phone app to control shit, but at least they made it good. Sorry, Weissel. I apologize because I actually I played Weissel when I used to be a German main, and I very much like him. Basic unmanaged switch. You should be fine with Netgear, if it's just a switch. I would still go with the Ubiquiti product if you really want to be certain it's good and it's got to be supported properly long term. As I said, Netgear is pretty bargain basement, but I would take them over TP Link. Of course we lost the A point. Okay, I'm not going back. I should go back. It is what I should be doing, but I don't want to have to fucking find a bridge again and cross the river. So I'm pushing to Charlie instead. 8 fucking rounds. The ready rack is fucking tiny in this thing. Okay, I'm gonna double check that on the wiki in a sec. So I generally take nothing but my ready rack in with ammo to minimize ammo bins that can be hit. I am not a good enough player to realistically shoot my gun enough to not to need more than an ammo rack for 90% of vehicles. Cell shattered. Okay, I'm just going to hide. APCR. I'll check into that. APCR, that would be armor piercing cap rigid, I believe. 7! I get a 7 round ready rack. Jesus Christ, that's tiny. So that means I'm taking 8 fucking rounds with me when I spawn in this thing in future. Shit, I flubbed that shot so bad. Oh my god. I had a perfect fucking shot on an IS-6 because he hadn't noticed me and rushed it. I should have taken the time to aim. Armor piercing composite rigid. Yep. What the why am I up here? I clicked on spawning on the south spawn point. Oh well, I'm actually with Cap down there now, so I might as well head to Alpha anyway. That's right, Warthunder's one of those annoying games where I have to click confirm when I select a spawn point. I can't just click on the spawn point and have it recognize that I've clicked on the spawn point I want. I always forget that. Dropping arty on their half of Alpha. But yeah, until you start getting APFSDS, I generally tend to prefer having some explosive in my shell. No, it doesn't have to be much, but I prefer some explosive to none. Okay, now we have Alpha and Bravo and not Charlie. I would not be surprised. Though to be fair, the BT5's pretty fucking bitchin'. I am in a terrible spot, but at the same time, I don't want to go to a better spot. Here will do. I'm not fully hull down, but I'm a bit more hull down. Now, what did I have that map to again? There we go. Keep the game where I have bloody scout map to. So what do I have for the T? Oh, would you look at that? It's APCR. But my only other option is HE frag with 15 mil of pen. Looks like I'm stuck with the APCR for a bit. Let me have a look at... Yep, I remember using that shit, and I remember going back to APCB... APBC, because how much I hated it. Well... We'll see how things go, but the first thing the second I can research better ammo for the T92, I am researching better ammo for the T92. Which is sad to me, because guess what my favorite tank is? The M41. The M41 is my favorite tank in the world. But the Sabo round is good. Like, the Sabo round I have lots of good experience with. Goodbye, Mr. Camper. You bought a full ammo load because you thought you would be able to just casually camp there forever. Yeah, we've lost. The thing is, I can definitely get Sabo for the T92 eventually, because it's literally the same gun as the M41. So I'm not that worried. The thing is, the M41 isn't my favorite tank for any, like, logical reason. I just think they're neat. I just think it's a neat tank. I mean, if you watch me any of my VODs, you'll see when I play the M41, you can see me bitching about the lack of a stabilizer constantly. And yet I still like it. I've had good results with the APDS. Like, really good results. Let's just go to the hangar real quick. So yeah, I've been using the APDS, and I've had nothing but good results with it, actually. Yeah, the capped ballistic shell it wasn't a bad round. So it has 296 mils of pen. But that's just pen. That's the thing. So you actually have to be aiming at components. Like, if you're just aiming center of mass, just trying to hit, yeah, it's not going to do much because there's no explosive filler. Whereas the M339 is armor-piercing ballistic cap, so it blows up inside the tank. Whereas this is relying on just sheer shrapnel from the process of breaking into the tank to do damage. Yeah, absolutely. 300 mil pen. Or 296 at 100 meters. That is solid pen for a 76mm gun. Basically, you can't be an idiot with it and just lob rounds in the general direction of the enemy. This is coming from someone who tends to be an idiot who just lobs rounds in the general direction of the enemy. You have to actually think about how you're using the tank. Yes, and that ballistic cap is an explosive. It does explode when it's in the tank. It's not like a giant fucking brick of TNT going off. It's less explosive than a fucking hand grenade in a ballistic cap shell. Like, it's less explosive than a shotgun shell. Usually. But there is a bit of explosive filler in there. So there is. I might be wrong on that. I know there is a type of ballistic cap shell that has explosive filler. I do know that. I might be wrong in this case. And I'm always happy to be wrong. Let's have a look at the customization for the T92. Not customization. I mean, I do actually need to do that, but let's have a look at modifications. Yeah, I'm familiar with spalling. Look at that heat. So this discussion... Look, as I said, I have good experience with APDS, but that's because I'm very much firing at the thin parts of the armor, like I would in the Chaffee. But when it comes to the T92, I get heat, so it doesn't even fucking matter now, does it? And I don't care that it technically has less pen, because heat has explosive, and I will take a round with explosive over one without. most of the time. I'm gonna, as I said, I've had good results with the Sabo in the M41, so I'm gonna keep using it because that's what I have good results with. I'm not your mum. You can do whatever you want with your own M41. There we go. Yep, that's also always your choice, isn't it? Sorry it took a while to respond there. I had a mouthful of popcorn. But yeah, you usually don't see many American light tank players at this BR because, honestly, it's a bad matchup for what they encounter at this BR. Because you're due to the player base of Warthunder, you're typically fighting nothing but German mains at the in the from BR6 to BR 7.8, 7.9. And German mains at that BR range will be using nothing but heavy tanks because they're all fucking Verhaboos who buy into the Tiger invulnerability myth. Yep, very strong heavy lineups too. That was a fuck up on my part. Let's back up, back up. Ooh, this thing does not reverse as well as the Bulldog. That I have to be aware of. I really need to be aware of that I cannot reverse that well. I mean, it's not the worst reverse speed I've ever had, but holy shit, that is a downgrade compared to the M41s. My god, I would love a stabilizer so much. But yeah, this is just a really bad BR to be a light tank main, especially as the US, just because the competition is really badly suited to light tanks. The thing is, I wouldn't move the BR on any other vehicle. It's just the player base plays in a way that just makes light tanks a pain here. And I've been complaining about that issue for months. That is not a new complaint for me. But at the same time, I'm gonna play vehicles I find fun. Go Doom Turtle, go Doom Turtle, go. Who doesn't love a Doom Turtle? Damn it. I was hoping to get the jump on him. And yes, I fully intend to play the Doom Turtle when I have the option of unlocking it, despite it being everything I dislike in an armored vehicle. I'm actually going to head to Bravo, even though I'm at the wrong spawn point for it, because it doesn't seem to be as contested. And if I'm clever, I might be able to sneak in and just get a stealth cap. Also, just going to drop Artie in the general vicinity of the enemy team. Cat, can you please be a little patient? I'll feed you in a few seconds. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to stream. Happy New Year to you! I'm very happy. I unlocked the vehicle I've been wanting to unlock for a while. Now I just need to get up for like 2 seconds and feed my cat. Cat has been fed. Derp Fridge, thank you very much for enlisting the chat army. Welcome in private. And yes, I do call my community my privates, and I do make jokes based on that fact. Yep. She is very insistent on getting fed. I spoiled her as a kitten, and so now she's used to getting food whenever she asks. The bright side is I can't overfeed her, because she will eat only to what she feels she needs. Because she's so used to just getting food whenever she asks, she will happily leave leftovers if she's no longer hungry. That was just unlucky. But hey, I never claimed to be good at this game. Bad at this game is in my, it's in my, tags. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Tags. You ever just forget a word? I do all the time. Okay, I'm gonna be muted for like 2 seconds while I have my last handful of popcorn before I put the bag. No more popcorn for me tonight. But it very much did the job of getting my blood sugar up. Hopefully by this time next year I won't be having blood sugar issues. Nice, nice. I wish I could use my Silver Lion boosters. So since we have some new people, I'll once again reintroduce the challenge I do with my Warthunder streams. I am doing a free-to-play grind challenge, where not only do I have to stay free-to-play, I'm not even allowed to use the premium content I'm given for free. And thank you for listening to the chat army, Daniel. I won't repeat the full enlistment spiel because you were here for it earlier. But yeah, I'm not allowed... Damn it, spawn invulnerability. Not that that would have penned anyway. And I am out of vehicles for the round. So, which is perfect. Yeah, I'm not allowed to... I have to grind to the XP booster via SEP V2 in the US tree. I am not allowed to use any content that I am allowed to pay money for, whether I get it for free or not. So I can't use research boosters, I can't use XP boosters, I can't use Silver Lion boosters, I can't use premium time, I can't use golden eagles. The only thing I'm allowed is if I get a battle box, a battle chest, whatever you call it, with Silver Lions in it. Because I am not allowed to say no to receiving them, and I can't separate them out from my regular Silver Lions, I'm kind of forced to have them. But yeah, we're about a third of the way through the tree, although we have made very little progress down the line to SEP V2. Because I hate the M6A1, I hate the M4A3, I hate the T1E1, I hate the M4A3E2 Jumbo, I hate the T26, I hate the T24, I hate the T32, I'm not the big fan. Okay, about here I'm pretty alright. But yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another way. Yep. We all know Russian bias. Splobfear is very vocal about Russian bias, and so am I. But yeah, the only reason that's in my lineup is because I can't turn down having it. Although I was able to turn down using it. I am super tempted to do a break from the grind to unlock the M2 and M2A2 and M8. Just because of something I intend to do when I'm done with this challenge. Once I've unlocked SEP V2 and unlocked the research and I'm free of the challenge, I intend to do a joke stream where I take the M2A4, the M2, the LTV, the M13, the M2A2, and any other really low rank vehicle I can think of, all the way up to 12.7. For shits and giggles. I do not expect to get a single kill that stream. I do not expect to get a single kill that entire stream. But I'm gonna do it. Ah, the Cadillac Gauge Stingray. A tank that was entirely privately developed. No governments involved. Sadly, only Thailand bought it. That we can, and I also have a few other regulars who turn up from time to time who have 12.7. Plus a few other streamers I've collabed with who have 12.7. It's not going to be hard, is what I'm going to say. It's a great tank. I wish more people bought it. The problem with why it didn't get bought more is it was basically designed specifically for Southeast Asia. And most Southeast Asian countries will just like, we'll just keep the old fucking M48s we have still in use instead. Or we'll stick, or the M60s and whatnot. And it was just, it's such a sad thing. Or they bought into the Chinese VT4. Let's have a look at the China tree to have a peek at the VT4. Because I'm fairly certain it's in the game. Or they bought into this thing. Which, yes, on paper is better than the Cadillac Gauge Stingray. On paper, this is better. But from what I've heard from everyone who's ever actually used one, they would rather the Stingray. And it's because basically there's horrible quality control issues on just about every system in the VT4. If everything is working, it is a fantastic tank. The problem is, there is never a situation where everything is working. Like, yeah, they should have. But the thing is, the reason China gets the M1A2 is because Taiwan is rolled into China. Taiwan is rolled into China as part of a China tree. Because Taiwan is technically the Republic of China. And there's this thing called the One China policy where both Taiwan and China agree there is one China, but and that Taiwan is part of China, but neither of them agree which is the legitimate China. Yeah, basically, if the VT4 ever worked as it advertised, it would actually be good. The real world performance is entirely due to shit constantly breaking. It's like the Swiss Panzer 61, which had which on paper was a fantastic tank for the time, but had ridiculous issues. Like if you turned the heater on for the crew, and there was a round in the tank's chamber, the gun would fire because of terrible wiring issues. And Switzerland's a very cold country, so this happened all the time. I wish we got a full World War I lineup, not just the event vehicles. So I'm gonna explain how this wiring issue came about. To save on weight and electrical wiring, because copper is expensive in Switzerland, and electrical wiring at the time had to be very thick and was very heavy. They were able to reduce a full ton of the vehicle by making multiple electrical systems share the same cable. So signals would go to a junction box, which would then say, oh, this is at this frequency, so it's meant to go to this system, this signal, and then would filter it out like a, kind of like a network switch for modern networking cable. But the system was very badly designed because it was very new technology at the time. And so due to a fuck up in design, the heater on cable and the gun cable and the firing system cable for the electric firing system were the same cable, and their frequencies were very similar. And so would depending on the temperature of the tank, it could mistake the heater being turned on for what we want to fire the gun. That has been talked about. The problem is it's just not quite enough in the early BRs to make a solid tech tree for that. We know Korea is coming as a new tech tree. I am looking forward to the Korea tech tree. I will be taking a vacation from my challenge when the Korea tech tree launch, as if I'm still doing the challenge when that happens. Anyway, we're going back to the grind. If anyone wants to join who isn't already in, speak now. I'll give you a little bit before we start the match to speak up if you want to join in or not. I'll give you a minute. I've got the ad break countdown on my screen, so I actually have a timer for that. Actually, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense to make it like the Israeli tech tree. But it's Gaijin's decision, and they make weird decisions sometimes. I didn't get into the infantry test branch, but it's basically just fucking enlisted. Like, which is what I said it was when they announced infantry. It was just going to be enlisted. And having played enlisted, it's not going to make the game that infantry. Interesting. I like enlisted a lot. I'm a little upset Warthunder Infantry's going to kill it. But they basically, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be, the launch is gonna be interesting. If they fuck up the launch of Warthunder Infantry, it's gonna be as dead as fucking naval. God, I know the gun you're talking about. I don't know its name off the top of my head. I think it's like AK-53 well, off the top of my head, but don't quote me. In fact, I'm actually gonna look it up on... Yep, infantry is Fuck, I got it right! It is AK-53! No, the Sturmgewehr 57 is much more conventional lever action, not lever action, lever delay rifle. The AK-53 is the blow forward rifle, which was a weird prototype that came before the Sturmgewehr 57. I've actually fired the SIG 510, which was the export version of the Sturmgewehr 57. It's a very nice gun. Very nice. I just wish it was under better circumstances I got to shoot it. Yeah, roller delay with flapper locks, which is a the flapper locks don't do actual shit. It's entirely roller delay. They're just there so they can say they're not doing roller delay and thus not infringing on the roller delay patents. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's a bad... If this is accurate, it's a bad lineup of people to make a matchup. This happens from time to time. When you have Americans, Russians, or Germans in the same squad, matchmaking tends to shit itself. Because the majority of players are either playing American and Russian or German. So there's a good amount of Germans now, so we should be able to make something. But this isn't 100% accurate, and sometimes shit like that happens. Where it makes a matchmaking setup, but doesn't put you in it. There we go. There's reasons why they don't. Sometimes I wish they would, but I understand why they don't. Okay, this will be the last match I default to the T92 in. I'm only defaulting to the T92 at the moment because I just got it. I am Australian, so I am required by law to like the AUG. I do like the AUG a lot though, but I do wish instead of just upgrading it into the EF88, also sometimes called the F90, we had instead gone with a clean sheet design. It's a nice rifle, but it has issues from it being from the 1970s that we have solved in more modern designs and could have been solved if we had gone clean sheet. But Fails out at Lithgow wanted to reuse a lot of tooling, and they also wanted to do a deal with Steyr where they don't have to pay royalties for the AUG anymore. In exchange, Steyr is allowed to use all the EF88 upgrades for free in any upgraded AUGs they sell in Europe. Plus, they also get the royalties from Middle Eastern customers who buy EF88s from the Middle Eastern partner in Saudi Arabia who builds any AUGs that get sold in the Middle East. I like the VHS2 a lot. I dislike its length of pull adjustment, because its length of pull adjusts from too long for 90% of people to what kind of freak of nature was this rifle designed for. Oh, that was a disappointing shot. But yeah, I am a big bullpup fan. And I believe most of the complaints with bullpup ups only apply to, like, special forces and sport shooters. Got your ammo bin. Oh, it's a slow back up. It's slow to back up. I do have a rangefinder, which is nice. Just discovered that on accident. So I bumped my rangefinder key instead of my scouting key. Dominium. I am a light tank main. I'm used to having piss poor armor. Okay, I've got to feed this cat. This cat's the annoying one because he's the one who figured out he can just stand in front of my monitor and I'll feed him faster. If you're gonna import a big American truck, the F-150 is the one to do it. Just really vet who does the conversion if you want it converted to left hand. You're not getting it converted. You're not from Britain. Yeah, we've had issues in Australia with the F-150s they've been bringing in, because they're actually brought in by Ford now, because we've had a bunch of American trucks come in and be really successful, because Australia is one of a few other countries where the road design actually is conducive to the things. But one of the problems we've had is the conversions. to from left-hand drive to right, because we drive on the other side of the road. The conversions haven't been well done in the F-150s, and we've had lots of issues and recalls and shit because of it. Like tea, but you're not British. Let me guess, that means you're Irish. Yes, we can get Japanese cars. That's quite good. That is quite good. There's a large Japanese import scene here in Australia. I've actually considered importing several exotic Japanese cars before to replace my car when my car's done, because it's actually sometimes cheaper to import a exotic, well-maintained Japanese classic than it is to buy a budget banger here in Australia. No, R33s are way out of my budget. And I'm not a big fan of the Skyline anyway. When I'm talking exotic, I'm talking weird shit like K cars. Like, one of the cars I've been considering is the Nissan POW, which was part of a series of cars Nissan did, where they took the Micra, their economy car, and just said, let's just do funny shit with the Micra's chassis. So the Nissan POW is them basically dressing the Micra up as like a fucking 1970s Fiat. Exotic just means anything that's uncommon and not heavy production. NSX is way out of budget. Nissan POW, the S-Cargo was another one of the same line of cars from Nissan, which I also considered. The issue with the S-Cargo is no rear seats in like 90% of them. Like, only about 3,000 were made, and only like 100 were optioned with rear seats. Yeah. I have considered a Toyota Century. The thing that made me not go with a 90s Toyota Century, because I could get a 90s Toyota Century for about 10,000 AUD. That's delivered to the port and everything. The issue with the Toyota Century is it's a fucking V12 engine. I can't afford to fuel a V12 engine. If you're not familiar with the Toyota Century, basically, Toyota realized there was no competitor for like Rolls-Royce in Japan, and a lot of Japanese businessmen have strong nationalistic streaks and will not ride in a foreign car. So Toyota basically made a Rolls-Royce level fucking car. And it's called the Century, and it's awesome. I have ridden in one before because I'm a member of a fucking Cars and Coffee group near me has a Toyota Century. He has a 2000s one, which would be newer than what I would be getting if I did get a Century, which I'm not because I can't fucking fuel that thing. I've also ridden in Rolls-Royce. They are comparable. Yes, the Japanese royal family uses Toyota Centuries as well. The current generation Toyota Centuries that they have right now were created specifically because of the coronation of Emperor Naruhito in the start of the Reiwa era. They were not going to upgrade until they announced he was going to be coronated, and they're like, oh shit, we should probably have something new for the coronation. The Nissan Cube. Oh, there's like 10 of them in my town. The thing is, the Nissan Cube was brought in as new. Like, when they were new, there were companies bringing Nissan Cubes to Australia. So they are everywhere, even though Nissan never officially brought them over. Every business that wanted a quirky car to do deliveries in bought a Cube. The only thing that could get me to buy a Cube is if I bought a red one and got a job as a postal worker. If I got a job running the postal route, I would run a red one. I would buy a red one because I have a black and white cat, so that I could be Postman Pat. Only Brits and Australians are going to get that fucking reference. JZX100, not familiar with that. If you just Google that, since I'm dead anyway. Sixth generation Toyota Chaser. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. What was the Chaser again? Okay, yeah, the Chaser was the uprated mid-size, basically the flash version of the Corolla, sedan. Rear-wheel drive? Fuck yeah, rear-wheel drive. I still wouldn't get one. I still wouldn't get one because Corolla's chassis tends not to be that good in Australia over some of our rougher parts of our roads, and we have some pretty rough roads where I am because I'm rural. I would go for the Mark X, which is the... Yes, Murphy, I've unlocked for T92. You unlocked it earlier this stream. Welcome back. We're talking Japanese cars right now. I would pick up if I was making one of the Toyota Auto Store cars, I would go for the Mark X, which is basically the Camry version of the Toyota Chaser. So it's the rear-wheel drive Camry, because it's a bit more durable and a bit more survivable on some of the rough roads where I live. Okay, let's have a look at Cabstar. Like, there's always a new, interesting Japanese car for me to learn. Okay, that's I know what that is now, but I literally don't even have to read the description once I've seen a position. Once I've seen it. Those are available in Australia without being imported. Like, I almost had a job driving one a while ago. Basically, I wasn't gonna get my P plates in time to get the job, because the job needed to be filled a bit sooner than I was gonna have the... Yeah. Toyota Chaser uses the Mark II platform. Let's have a look at the Mark II platform. Okay, let's have a look at 4th generation. Cressida. Cresta. Okay. That might be decent. That might be decent. It would all depend on the price I could get one anyway. Nissan Cherry was brought up. Let's have a look at the Cherry. That's one of the reasons I love Japanese cars. This is always something new and interesting. Subcompact. Ooh, I like subcompacts, but I do not have... The issue is I need to carry things that I can't nowadays. So I can't have a subcompact anymore. Which is a shame. I love subcompacts. Yeah, I still probably would go for the Mark X anyway, because as stated, I do have to carry shit. And I would want the boot space, basically. Like, I'm not sure if you know this, being able to fit, when it comes to sedans in Australia, being able to fit a full fucking 80-gallon oil drum in the back of the boot is actually a selling point in Australia. So much so, cars were designed around the being able to fit those fucking oil drums in the boot. Yeah, Crestas were sold in Australia. I've had a Cresta before. That was a long time ago. So I wouldn't need that as an import. Yeah, you gotta remember, we get a lot of Japanese cars that you don't in America here in Australia, just because it's easy for them to release it in Australia, because not much conversion has to be done. And a lot of the time, the cars are developed here. Up until 2018, Toyota had one of their key development facilities in Australia. A lot of their cars were developed down here. It was only stupid fucking changes to our industrial laws that made our regulations too tight for it to be affordable to develop shit in here. That led to them finally shutting everything down in 2018. General Motors was the last company to tap out of making cars in Australia. Yep, and a lot of stuff that's very common in the US is fancy as shit here. Welcome to the international auto market. Like, I would go ape shit from having a Lincoln Continental. If I could get a Lincoln Continental with a well-done right-hand drive conversion, pretty much any era, but like late Malaise era would be the one I would want the most. The last ones that were still land yachts. If I could get one of the station wagon ones, oh boy. Oh boy, I would be the freaking talk of every Cars and Coffee if I could get a well-done right-hand drive converted Lincoln Continental station wagon. I know some of them were made, but I also know they were fucking rare. Okay, back to spawning in the M18. And like, those things were like a few years ago in the US, you could get one in acceptable condition for like $8,000. Yeah, I got my current car, which is a second-gen Toyota Prius, under market, just because the people who were selling it were a elderly couple who realized all their grandkids weren't coming around to visit. So they didn't need to have 6 cars, a light truck, 2 boats, jet skis, and all that sort of shit. And so they were selling, like, their literal everything to buy an RV and tour around Australia. And so they were selling everything they had. Like, they had 4 cars in the school parking lot, which acts as a temporary used car dealership where I am on the weekends. Where I am, and they were selling a Toyota Prius for $3,000. They usually go for like 8. I literally didn't have the $8,000, the $3,000 in my wallet at the time, and I still put the offer in with my mum next to me, expecting her to cover it for me with the knowledge that like I was not gonna get a Toyota Prius that cheap again. Like, yeah, they're boring, but the fuel economy is amazing. They're endlessly reliable. They can carry shit because they've got very big boots as a lift back. Like, my Toyota Prius has gone through hell and back and still runs. I do wish I had replaced it last year. Last year I had an opportunity to replace it for a 3rd generation one. That was $1,000 under market price. So $7,000, not the fucking $3,000, not the $4,500 under market I paid for the 2nd gen. I really, really wish I had made a move. I didn't have the money at the time, so I didn't make the move. The 3rd gen was an X-Taxi, so even though it was massively over your typical kilometers on the odometer, it had over 1 million on the kilometer on the odometer. It would have been fantastically maintained because it was a taxi company, and taxi companies actually really take care of their cars here in Australia, because insurance for them, if they don't maintain them properly, is killer. The taxi company was liquidating all their old Priuses. I really wish I had made a move. Yeah, no, 1 million. I know fucking Uber drivers who are driving 1st and 2nd gen Priuses with close to 3 million on the odometer, and they're fine. Like, when I said the Prius is reliable, it's actually a very fucking reliable car. There are known issues. But if you get on top of those known problems, they are fastidiously reliable. Because Toyota knew that if the first hybrid car to market on scale had any reliability issues, the entire hybrid market was going to die and stay dead. So they very much... I tried to avoid Pasoma. I gave it my best effort. But yeah, the car that is registered with the most, with the highest number of kilometers on its odometer that is confirmed, is a Mercedes 190E in Germany that currently has 6.8 million kilometers on its odometer. In honor of it, Mercedes has actually offered free servicing for in perpetuity for that car. So whoever owns that car, provided they keep up registering on the clock how old it is with Mercedes will service it for free because they want to see how far it can go. And one of the cool things about Mercedes is Mercedes will make any part for any car they've ever made to demand if you ask. So that car is going to go on and on and on, and we're going to see how long a car really could last. Yeah, it is, and it's great marketing for them too, which is why they're so happy to do it. I used to have a Mercedes 390e, I think it was a 390. Unfortunately, my dad fucking flooded the engine, and we ended up having to sell it. We sold it to a Persian Mercedes enthusiast who took it for $1,000. It was not worth $1,000, but he very nicely took. Yeah, he was a big Mercedes fan. He had sold 1 year ago. If anyone was going to fix that flooded engine, it was him. Like, he turned up in a 190. He turned up to pick it up on a trailer with a 190e. Oh, my gun is fucked. Yeah, flooded with water. Who flooded it with water. He was cleaning the car to, as part of prepping it for a respray, and just completely fucked up the process, and he flooded all the cylinders with water. We kept telling him to fucking clean the bonnet with, by hand with a sponge, not with a fucking power washer. And he kept saying, no, I know what I'm doing, and flooded the fucking engine. My dad kills cars. Like, he has never sold a car he has ever owned. Every single car he has ever owned has been sent to the scrapyard. Okay, so apparently now I can fix my breach. Okay. Yes. When I do drive, I'm currently between... Basically, I have my CR license, which is my license to partake in racing on tracks, like actual proper competition racing. I don't have a road license. So I'm allowed to drive a 1,000 horsepower Koenigsegg round actual race courses, but I can't fucking go to the fucking shops. I know. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I'll take the stretch first, because my neck actually really needs it. Oh. And the posture check, which is very much needed, because I had actually really slipped down. Ah, it's a truck. And now for the hydrate. But yeah, it also may have been from the rain as well, because the car was parked on his driveway, which is a very steep angle, which would have left the weather vents like completely open to the rain. Oh, my mum has an XC90 as well. Aren't they amazing? My mum only got the XC90 because I told her to get it. Basically, she was looking for a replacement for her car, which was another Mercedes that got fucking wrecked by my dad. In that one's case, he took it off-roading, like properly off-roading, when it wasn't supposed to go properly off-roading because it was an M-Class and it was meant to be... Yes, it was an SUV. Yes, it had four-wheel drive, but it was not meant to go through, like, the Australian bush at speed. That would very much be surprising. Yeah, he killed it. He took it over a huge bump and the ECU broke, and we could never get a replacement for the ECU, no matter how hard we tried. We've got a 2011, which is actually a bad year for the XC90, but it had 30,000 kilometers on the clock and records of maintenance from when it was sold new. Full records, one owner. 30,000 kilometers is within the warranty. Like, it was new. It was brand new. I told her that we had to look at it when she saw it on Facebook Marketplace. And it was basically a garage queen for the wife's car of a husband who had a work ute that was listed in ownership of the business, and thus they just drove the ute everywhere. So it was fucking brand new. Yeah, modern Merc has completely shat the bed because they've gone way too digital. They've gone way too digital, and they're, how do I explain this? their programmers suck, are fantastic. The people they're commissioning to make the computers, their hardware department of their computer division, sucks. Like, all their chips are failing, but their programmers are amazing. Like, if I have to have an infotainment system in my car, I want it to be a Mercedes MUX entertainment system. The Mercedes MUX system for the infotainment system. But my god, is every fucking ECU and computer and chip in modern Mercedes just fucking dog shit. Yeah, and that is shocking. There's a famous story on VinWiki of a one of their contributors doing on their YouTube channel doing a 24-hour of lemons challenge where you basically do an endurance race with cars that cost less than $1,000. They rented a brand new Chrysler 300. That literally brand new, first people to drive it for less than $1,000, and it did not make it through 24 hours without the gearbox blowing up. Fucking Stellantis. Fucking Stellantis is that bad. Which is a pity, because they, like, their sports cars, like the Charger and whatnot, are nice when they work. The key word is when they work. The Rams are very popular here in Australia because they were the first of the big American pickup trucks to come in with from the factory conversions to right-hand drive. And their right-hand drive conversions are probably the best conversions. I wouldn't know at the moment because I haven't talked to any Mercedes mechanics who work on them in a while. I have seen from a friend who works in one of their factories in Germany the amount of spare fucking ECUs they have to send out. It's fucking comical. They are, I'm shit you not, sending out 12 spare ECUs for every car they sell. 12. It's absolutely comical. Which, once again, is a pity, because modern Mercedes, when they work, are fucking lovely. That infotainment system is the only infotainment system I would ever actually say, yes, I want that, over just give me Android Auto or just give me fucking Apple CarPlay. They do have very plush interiors. I would still take an F-150. Yeah, they recognize that there's a market for the luxury truck. There really is, for luxury off-road vehicles for people in rural environments. Ford were actually the first to that market, but Dodge really picked up the game. I still would take an F-150 though. I still would take an F-150. I just do not trust Dodge gearboxes. Even with the shoddiness of the right-hand drive conversions for the F-150 has, I will still take an F-150. That being stated, sadly I am in life circumstances where I very much have to care about logic with what cars I buy, rather than just pick. The automatic gearboxes are pretty shit, and have been for a while. And I only buy autos for cars that go on the road because you get so much better insurance premiums if you're in an auto. As I was just saying, I very much have to care about that sort of shit with the cars I buy. Rather than just buying for fun, because I am a full-time streamer who gets less than fucking 10 CCV on average. I do not make money. I call myself a full-time streamer because it's nicer than saying I live on welfare. Yeah, don't take a big American truck off-roading. While they are technically capable of it, they're really not well suited for it. They have been in my experience, but then again, the last time I really looked at the seriously at Stellantis group vehicles was like before COVID, so they may have stepped up the game since then. Oh, the Volvo, yeah, the Volvo, much like the Mercedes M-Class, is not an off-road vehicle. It's a four-wheel drive. It's an SUV. It is not an off-road vehicle. It has four-wheel drive so it can go up icy slopes in the Alps, not so it can go do serious off-roading. If you want serious off-roading, you buy an old Land Rover Defender or an old Jeep CJ. Yep. We're both lucky and unlucky that with the M-Class, it was the ECU that broke. We're lucky because the ECU is actually an easy part to replace. We were unlucky because we just couldn't fucking find a brand new one that didn't already have the because you either need to get a brand new ECU when the old Mercedes M-Class ECUs break that are blank, or you need to find someone with the correct fucking laptop that was given out as part of the repair kit, mechanics kit, when the M-Class was new, and we could not find anyone with that fucking laptop. The one guy in Australia who was known to have it just stopped answering his phone one day. And then every M-Class that needs the CPU replaced now is unrepairable without sending it overseas. It's much like how, I think it's the IBM ThinkPad model C992 laptop from the 1990s is a $100,000 laptop nowadays because it's the only laptop that can fucking talk to the computer on the McLaren F1 supercar. Because that's the laptop they used for their repair kit back in the day. Unfortunately, none exist. None exist. We did consider, briefly, and I do mean very briefly, flying a mechanic from Turkey down to Australia to do the fix. Because there's a lot of mechanics in Turkey who can work on M-Classes, because the Turkish government actually had them produced under license in Turkey for a number of years. And they're used as, like, government vehicles in Turkey. So, if we found a mechanic from Turkey who already wanted to come to Australia, we probably could have convinced them to do the ECU repair by just paying his airfare. And there's a large Turkish expat community in Australia, so it probably wouldn't have been that hard. The problem is that would have been a massive amount of like talking to a guy who knows a guy whose cousin is already considering a vacation in Australia. It wasn't worth it in the end. Not financially, it wasn't worth the fucking run around, but it would have been. Shouldn't have stopped. Should not have stopped. Should have just kept driving. M109 A1. Yeah, I really wish we could have fixed that M-Class, because we loved the fucking M-Class. I mean, Lum loves her XC90 now, enough that I'm not allowed to drive it. But I really wish we could have saved the M-Class, because we loved that car. They even had the cream interior, which was a rare option here in Australia. And I much prefer a car with a tan or cream interior to a black interior. Though, what we don't see enough of nowadays is cars with light grey interiors. They're very pleasant. Yeah, sadly at the moment, my most likely next car, if my Prius does die, is probably gonna be a Mahindra. Which is, if you're not familiar with Mahindra, it's an Indian company. And the reason it's probably going to be a Mahindra is because I'm going to if I'm buying a new car anytime soon, it's going to be brand new. And of the brand new cars I can afford, the Mahindra has the best warranty. And I need to care about warranty if I'm buying brand new. I've been in one for a test drive. It's not a bad car. It's just kind of boring. It's really not safe in a crash. Like, its crash test safety is fucking abysmal. I will say that. The one I'm looking at is the XUV 300. Which is actually a really good value proposition. It was really shit going up slopes, which might be a problem because there is a literal mountain where I live that I have to climb sometimes. So cars that go up slopes well are something I really, really pay attention to. And the Mahindra doesn't do well on slopes from what I hear. But the other option in my price range, the other main option, is a in an SUV form factor. I would have to buy an SUV form factor because I need to carry shit. An SUV or a large liftback, and there's not many liftbacks around. Oh, I would love a Lada. I would love a Lada Niva so much. But once again, I would have to buy new because warranty is important. Warranty is now important for me nowadays. I can't afford, as someone who's unemployed, to be constantly fixing shit. Hatchbacks can't... The hatchbacks in my price range are all either subcompact crossovers or subcompacts. Not big enough. I would have to get to a mid-size crossover for it to carry enough for me. And within my price range, it's Mahindra, LDV, Great Wall, or MG. I don't like buying Chinese cars out of principle because I try to avoid buying Chinese stuff when I can. No, those are out of budget. Those are like $50,000, $60,000 fucking cars. I'm in the $35,000 price range. Because remember, I'm getting a fucking... This would be getting a fucking car loan on welfare. And here in Australia, they assume fucking, like 70% of your income is gone before anything else that can service a loan. So even though, if I could get the, down payment, in my current living circumstances, I could spend half my paycheck on a loan and live just quite comfortably. No fucking lender is going to give me that loan. The most they will give me is in the $30,000 price range to like $38,000 price range. And that is a 10-year loan. Which is why warranty is so fucking important for me. Because I'm gonna need it. Yeah, Civics are fucking expensive. Same with Corollas. That's USD. You gotta remember, Australian is fucking cheap. The Kia Stonic is just a little too small. Same with its Hyundai equivalent. The Hyundai equivalent is just a little too small. Yeah, it's still about a $40,000 to $50,000 car here in Australia for Civics. I'm actually gonna look it up right now. Now, admittedly, new car prices have come down in the last year. Yeah, a Civic is $49,900 starting. It's not about me being tall, it's about me being able to fit shit in the boot. Like, I am tall, I am very tall, but I can fit in an original Mini quite happily. I fit in 2 CVs, I fit in like tiny cars, I like tiny cars. I need... it's taxes. It's fucking road taxes. To put things in perspective, a bottle of Crown Royal... This is our alcohol taxes, to give you some some context. A bottle of Crown Royal whiskey here in Australia is $80. That is a $30 US bottle, and converted into Australian, that's like $40. I am a historic reenactor. I do camping events. And these camping events sometimes are a week long. And we have to take everything with us. So that's a tent that I can live in for 2 weeks. That is multiple suits of armor for 2 weeks. That is backup swords, because our swords break during these events, because we do fighting. I need backups of them. My spears are longer than my car. I don't even take my own spears. I throw them on a mate's trailer. My other pole arms, like, literally stick all in my Prius, stick all the way through the longest possible way from corner to corner, and touch my windshield and my rear windshield in the car. So, yeah. I just noticed Blomf has left, so I can actually just hop straight in. But yeah, the cheapest Honda here is the HR-V at $32,900, and its boot's not big enough. Mazda CX-9. What was the Mazda again? I know I don't like Mazdas. They're fun to drive, but their fucking visibility is awful. and they don't have good warranties. Mazda CX-9 here. Compare. Yeah, 35 AUD. Here in Australia, it cost us 80, and I know that, and it's tax. It's entirely fucking tax that brings it up to that price. I used to sell liquor for a living. I know the taxes. We have a tax on spirits over 38% ABV. Canadian Club waters their bottles down to 37.5% ABV to dodge the tax. They're $45 here per bottle. Crown Royal doesn't dodge the tax. They're $80 a bottle. And there's like $1 difference between those two bottles. The ASX is a piece of shit. I know no one who's ever been satisfied with them. They are absolutely despised in Australia, especially because a lot of people get jobs for like local councils and get told, you don't have to buy a car, you have because you're going to get a work car and you're going to be legally required to drive it while you're on the clock. And they get given Mitsubishi ASXs. They are fucking dog shit. No one likes them. Kia Seltos is out of budget. So Mazda CX-9 isn't even sold anymore. They have the CX-90. I don't like Canadian Club. I don't like a Canadian Club. I like as a mixer. If I have to use it, if I'm buying whiskey to use purely as something to mix with spirits, I'd like Canadian Club because it's very smooth. It's fucking tasteless. I wouldn't drink it on its own. It's a cocktail ingredient. Crown Royal I would drink on its own, but I don't hold it in much higher regard than Canadian Club. Yeah, the CX-90, which is the lifted version of the C90. Oh, yeah, the CX-90. It starts at fucking... Let's look at the base model. Compare. Look, show me your fucking price. Your website is awful. Oh my god. Some car websites, say company websites, are just terrible. Just show me the price. Yeah, CX-9, Mazda CX-90 starts at 70,000. Remember, I'm looking at the $30,000, right? Kia Seltos came in out of budget at like 40-something thousand. If I really squirreled away my money for like 2 years, I probably could pull it off by getting, yeah. Cherry 8 is in my budget. I didn't like it. It struggled up a hill near that it was driven on. Because, like, as I said, I don't have a road license. They don't actually check if you have a license if you're old enough when you do test drives. It's funny. The Cherry Tiggo 8 struggled on slopes near me, but it really shouldn't have. Protons aren't on the market anymore, sadly. The Haval Jolion had a very, very, very laggy gearbox, but was considered. I put the XUV above it because of the warranty. The Jolion's warranty is a 7-year warranty with limited kilometers. The XUV is unlimited kilometer 8-year warranty at the moment. Proton is Malaysian. They're actually really nice. They're actually really, really nice. They feel very cheap because they use lots of cheap materials in their interior and whatnot. But they handle like a fucking dream because they bought Lotus a bunch of years back. They don't own Lotus anymore. They sold it on to a Chinese company. But they bought Lotus and had fucking Lotus do all the fucking dynamics and handling and suspension work for all their cars. And Lotus fucking put the work in. They were wonderful. If I was still buying, if I was still in position to buy used, if my Prius dies, at the moment I'm not planning on buying anything unless my Prius dies, by the way. If I was still in position to go for used, I would go for a late Proton Jumbuck, which was just after they had Lotus redo all their dynamics. I don't get rear seats because it's a single cab ute, but they are fucking amazing to drive. Absolutely. Because Malaysia is a country with rough roads where car owners often can't afford to let their cars die, their cars are insanely reliable. Their cars are insanely reliable. They handle like absolute dreams. Like they legit sports car handling. Their engines are weak, but they never fucking miss a beat. Yeah, yeah, in the case of Opel, it was because I'm out for the round. In the case of Opel, it's because Opel was also owned by GM. We got a bunch of Opels listed as Holdens and vice versa. Saturn and Chevy, yep, all owned by GM, and there was a lot of cross-contamination. In Proton's case, they didn't have that much cross-contamination. It's just that because they owned Lotus, they could have Lotus do work for them, and Lotus did the work. They actually were smart enough to say, hey, Lotus, send your handling engineers over. But yeah, in the interiors of Protons felt like dog shit. Like, everything was the cheapest of the cheap inside, but who the hell cares? Oh, I would love a Proton Jumbuck. One of the few non-Australian designed utes. And if you're not familiar with a ute, the ute is the Australian answer to the pickup. Basically, we developed it independently of the American pickup truck. The pickup was, we need a more drivable truck for people who need a truck to do truck things, but also a car to do car things. So we'll make small trucks. In Australia, what we came up with was taking large sedans, large cars, chopping the rear seats and boot off, and then putting a tray on, which became the ute. So we went from the other direction to come up with the same idea. Unfortunately, no utes are produced anymore outside of like SUV-based pickups. We love our two-door utes. We love our sedan-based utes, but Ford of Australia and Holden were the only people building them, and they went out of business. Opel Vectra B, I'll look that up, but I guarantee you it's a fucking Holden Commodore ute. I guarantee you it's a fucking Commodore under an Opel name. Okay, I see the Vectra B. Yeah, that was a stupid thing. I should have just driven on. I don't see a ute version of the Vectra B when I look it up. But yeah, like, it's probably based on a... Look, from the pictures of it... Yeah, and it's a Vauxhall Vectra. The Vectra was a British-developed car, not Australian. But yeah, we got the Vectra here in Australia as a Holden Vectra. Britain got it as a Vauxhall Vectra. It's a very boring car, the Vectra. But we got, yeah, we did export to a few markets the Commodore Ute a few generations. Yeah, there's not many utes in the Australian style that weren't made in Australia. I know there's the Chevy El Camino, for example. I know Ford had an answer to the El Camino, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Dacia made something, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I know Dacia made something. I remember it being surprising when I was looking up Dacia cars for a pen and paper role-playing game that was taking place in Romania. So I was looking up a lot of what Zastava and Dacia and whatnot made, because they were common in Romania. That was what was driven in Romania at the time. Oh yeah, Magnas were fucking awful. Magnas were fucking awful. Mum's first car was a Magna and never fucking worked right. Oh, connection to server lost. So... Am I back? I think I'm back. Still showing him. Whoa! What the fuck is that bit rate? What the actual fuck is that bit rate? It stabilized, you son of a bitch. Am I back? Testing, testing. Okay, I'm back. I have no fucking clue what the hell happened there. My Warthunder ping is still going crazy. There is a storm right now, and I usually get network issues in a storm, so that could be it. Yeah, I'm back. I'm stabilized. I've got to park the tank real quick because one of my cats is asking for food, and this one's smart enough to step in front of the monitor. My bloody son taught her how to do it. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, every Magna... I unironically thought the Magna... that all cars smelt like fucking burning when I was a kid, because that fucking Magna reeked like burning oil. I thought that was normal. I thought that's just what cars smelt like. Right up until our second car, which was a Subaru. The Subaru Outback Legacy. How did I lose the mini-map? What the fuck was that? I kept looking at the top left corner, right corner, going, where's my mini-map? Like, how did I do... It's on the bottom. Okay, Dacia Duster. Oh! Oh my god! They're selling it in Australia now as a rental. What's the warranty on it? What is the warranty? Tell me your warranty. I want your warranty information. Tell me. Tell me your warranty. Yes, 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 I know it's a good car. 5 years. Mahindra's still in the fucking lead because the fucking warranty's too good. The fucking warranty, that fucking 8-year warranty does a lot of heavy lifting for the Mahindra. Okay, so the Duster pickups I'm looking at are not the Dacia pickup I was thinking of. These are still SUV-based ones. I've got Automobile Dacia up anyway, so... Yeah, the Dacia pickup I'm thinking of was literally called... Ute I was thinking of was literally called the pickup. And it was available in a 4-door version as well, based on the Renault 12. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Dacia Ute I was thinking of. If I'm buying on a 10-year fucking car loan, you can't redo loans here in Australia like you can in the US. Like, you're paying off that loan. Basically. At least with my credit score as someone on welfare, I am. Refinancing won't be an option for me. And if I'm on a 10-year loan, I want warranty for as much of it as possible. That being stated, if my Prius breaks and dies, I'm going to the Renault dealership. I'm test driving a Duster. If the Duster is as good as I've heard, I will probably say fuck for warranty and buy a Duster, because I would rather buy a Duster than a fucking Mahindra. Like, as I said, the Mahindra XUV, it's not a bad car. It's not a bad car. So, if you've paid most of a loan off with a dealership, you can do what's called a refinance, where basically the company... This is a common thing in America. It's normal in America, where the company that is selling you a new car will buy out the last of your loan to get you into a new loan. So you've paid off like 80% of a car loan. And the company will buy out the last of what you own, which is just interest, to get you into a new car with one of their loans. Americans do this all the time. They'll end their loan and they'll fucking move into the next loan immediately. They'll have like a... Yeah, they'll get a 4-year loan, and then like 3 years into the loan, they'll get the next loan. 10-year loans are normal in Australia. They're pretty normal. 4-year loans are fucking rare. Typically, if you have good credit, you get a 6-year loan, 5 to 6-year loan. If you have bad credit, you get a 10-year loan. Because I'm on welfare, I am automatically defaulted to bad credit, even though I actually have a really good credit score. I have a 900 credit score. But they treat you... For some reason, they treat welfare payments as irregular payments, even though they're literally the most regular income you could possibly ever get. When I was looking for a house to rent before I moved into where I am now, a few years ago, this was a common complaint, that a lot of real estate agencies would treat welfare payments as like irregular bad income. Meanwhile, one local fucking real estate agency was like, no, I want all the fucking welfare people because I can set up automated payments on the day the welfare pay comes in, and it's 100% guaranteed to be there. Get tracked, bitch! Yeah, 5 to 6 is pretty common. In Australia. And you, as I said, they typically don't do loan refinancing if you have bad credit. If you have good credit, they'll do it. They will do refinancing where they'll buy out the remainder of your loan after 4 to 5 years, depending on whether you're on a 5-year or 6-year loan. So you can do the constant loan shuffle like you do in America. But yeah, not if you're on bad credit. Now, I've got to work under the assumption I'm still going to be on welfare. Like, because I do not have good job prospects. I became a streamer because my job prospects are so bad. Trying to be the 1 in a million who makes success as on fucking Twitch is unironically a better plan for me at the moment than not fucking making the attempt. And even then, if I get a decent job prospect, goodbye Twitch. No problem, and thank you very much for following. Even if you never come to stream again, having you in the follower account helps because there are still some fucking sponsors who don't look at CCV. Welcome to the chat army, private. I do call my community my privates, and yes, I do occasionally make sex jokes about that. But yeah, the Australian loan default is pretty fucking annoying. One good thing is, as part of it, is we have what's called nils loans, which is a type of car loan given by various charity organizations in Australia that actually have 0 interest. The problem is, you can't find a car. The nils loan has to be the full price of the car plus your deposit. So if your deposit brings you up for the nils loan to get you the full price of the car, and used cars are eligible for nils loans, then you can get a nils loan. The problem is, the used car market in Australia has shit the bed so hard. You basically have to have a $10,000 down deposit minimum to find a car that you can afford with a nils loan that isn't going to blow up next week. That's how badly the used car market has shit the bed in Australia. Oh yeah, I don't have a loan on my Prius. It's why I'm willing to leave it. It's why I'm willing to run the risk and leave it and keep running it. Because it's a very reliable car, it served me well, and anything I could afford to buy without a loan or on a nils loan is likely to be have as many age-related reliability issues as the Prius. I may have gone for those ex-taxi 3rd generation Priuses, only because they're ex-taxis and I know how well Australian taxi companies take care of their cars. And I really wish I had made the jump last year. Oh yeah, absolutely. I get the feeling you're Romanian. Or from somewhere in Central Europe at least. I have a very large Central European viewer base. Next to the US, Central Europe and the Balkans are my largest viewer base. Before the Twitch views changed earlier in this year, late last year actually it changed, I also used to have a large lurker group from Nigeria. They spoke once. Apparently they all know each other. They're watching on cell phones. They were very happy that I actually called them out and actually acknowledged their existence. I don't know if they're still there because the way Twitch views tracks views anymore, they don't count as lurkers even if they're still there with the way they were lurking. It's such a shame because I liked having my Nigerian viewers. They were quite loyal. I hope they're still there. If they're still there, I'm still working on that Biafra War video. It's probably gonna come after my first scripted videos. It's probably gonna be like a 3rd or 4th video I released. I'm mildly dyslexic, so I skip words and whatnot when I read. So I must have missed the my people bit, but nice to know you are Romanian. If you check my recommended streamers, one of my favorite streamers I recommend, Pause, she is Romanian. I've been watching her longer than VTubing's been a thing. I was watching her back when she was doing Path of Exile tutorials. And I was playing Path of Exile somewhat semi-seriously. Move, move, move! I don't want to get hit with Artie! God, it's weird to be on the other side of this map. Right now, we are having both a heat wave and a storm. So it is way too hot and way too wet. And this storm is going to have what's called microcycles, which is where the air randomly explodes. Which is a common thing in Australian storms. It's not dangerous, it just makes massive gunshot-like noises that really scare the shit out of your dogs and cats. And I have 4 dogs and 9 cats, so... Well, technically it's 3 dogs at the moment, because 1 dog lives with Dad because she's a bit old and it's not safe for her with the other dogs. And 7 cats, because the other 2 kittens still currently live with cats. I do talk like an old person, yes. I am only 30, but I've always talked like I'm older than I am. I tend to get along better with people substantially older than me. But yeah, I'm very aware that I talk like I'm much older than I am. Yeah, I love animals. I live on a farm, so we have lots of animals. Gonna also be getting goats later this year. That's gonna be fun. Currently on hold till we have a decent pen for them. And a pick number, because we need to get a pick number for any breeder who isn't gonna fucking stiff us to actually sell us anything. I've never seen the snow in person. There's not many places it snows in Australia, and I do not live in one of them. Mountain goats aren't popular breeds here in Australia because the weather's not conducive to them. Which is a pity, I like mountain goat breeds in particular. Got the kill assist. At the moment, the leading candidate for breeds outside of the standard bred goats, which are just like generic fucking Anglo goats, is Nigerian dwarfs, which aren't actually from Nigeria. They're called Nigerian dwarfs because they were bred with goats from Nigeria that are native to Nigeria in order to get the small stature. Nigerian dwarfs are about half the size of other breeds of goat. They're very cute. When I was younger, yes. When I was younger, I was pretty big into chess. Basically, I had an extended period of not playing and lost my mojo. I've never really been able to get my skills back. Ever since then. I am a strategy game fan. I don't really stream strategy games because it's not that big of a audience for strategy games outside of Hearts of Iron 4, and I have Hearts of Iron 4 on my do not stream list. Because the way I like to play it is not a way that's popular with streaming, and I don't feel like changing that. I have a list of games I will never stream that I really like, that are just there so I can play a video game without ever having that thought of, oh, if I stream this, I should do this, I should do this, I should save this challenge, or save that as content. So I just make a list of games that are just like, yo, this game is for me, and Hearts of Iron 4 is one of them. What dog is that? I don't know what dog you're referring to as that dog. I was originally heading to Charlie, but I accidentally dropped off the cliff. We've won the round anyway. Check my Discord. Is there a picture of a dog in this Discord somewhere? Oh, the goat, the Nigerian dwarf goat. Yeah, they also act like dogs. Like, they behave very much like dogs. A lot of people actually get Nigerian dwarf goats instead of dogs if someone in their family has a dog allergy. They behave so much like dogs. So, yeah. But yeah, they are very fucking cute. If I lived in Tasmania, which is like the coldest part of Australia, I probably would consider getting some mountain goat breeds. Probably Mongolian. Probably Mongolian goats, because they have very, very, very lovely wool. Holy shit, is their wool lovely. But it's just too hot where I live. It's too hot for most mountain breeds. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I'm going to mute myself on and off again for a second because I'm eating popcorn and I don't want the chewing there. Popcorn. I'm eating popcorn. Because I'm on a diet to lose weight and such before my weight issues give me type 2, because I'm pre-diabetic. I switched to popcorn because it's lower from chips, because it's lower calories. I mean, technically I've eaten more today than I should as part of my diet. But I had low blood sugar issues earlier in the stream, which is what led me to get the popcorn. Hopefully by this time next year, I would have lost enough weight and my body will have recovered and I won't have to worry about blood sugar issues so much. Yeah, according to all testing, I'm pre-diabetic, not diabetic. So there's time to salvage it, and according to my most recent blood work, I am making very good progress. While some of the signs in my most recent blood work were up, most of them were down, and the signs that were up make sense because I had a throat infection at the time. The most recent blood work was for the throat infection, not the not for being pre-diabetic. And the signs are conducive with the throat infection. So, yeah, I'm pretty well on the road to recovery. I was category 2 obese when we started monitoring. I am now merely overweight. And even then, I am not fat overweight. Yeah, amazing progress. The discovery that Diet Coke does not have the same recipe as no sugar Coke and tastes a hell of a lot better made a lot of progress for me, because I'm very addicted to soda, and I do call it an addiction. It is a serious problem. Being able to fully quit sugared soda for Diet Coke basically made my recovery possible. Absolutely. I had to quit even the Diet Coke for a while. It's only once we came into summer, when shit got super hot, that I was like, okay, I need something sweet and flavorful to help me keep hydrating enough for this heat. That got me back on the Diet Coke. So I'm 100% certain come winter I'm going to be able to go back to just straight water again. "100% recommended." Even though I do love soda, I love the taste, I love texture, I'm always loving to try new ones. 100% can recommend quitting. Damn it, didn't duck behind the hill in time. Should have ducked as soon as I fired. Oh well, he's still tracked well outside of being able to support the point. Yeah, streaming, believe it or not. My start to streaming lines up very closely with the start of my diet. I mean, there's a few months in between them, but it was very close. Now, I shouldn't be pushing in, but the heavy tanks are all being pussies and refusing to push. Holy shit, am I lucky that fucking T-34 was either blind or AFK. Or dead. It's just a turret, not even a full vehicle. I do not deserve that teamwork, but whatever. So you quit eating 1 megacalorie sauce and went straight to another. Seriously, baked goods are gonna be... If I ever end up at 122 kilos again, which is what I was when I started this diet, baked goods are gonna be the fucking source of it. I love freshly baked pretty much anything that isn't sweet. I like savory baked goods rather than sweets. Yeah, the biggest franchise bakery here in Australia, because there's a franchise bakery called Baker's Delight. Oh god, I am so fucking... I have to avoid that place like the plague. Because they are like the kings of savory baking. I had to stop buying the cheese and bacon twist bread because I would eat the entire fucking thing. Oh, at my heaviest, I hit 200. I've hit 200 before. 122 is where I was when I went to the doctor complaining about gut issues that caused us to pick up the pre-diabetic and fatty liver disease as well, and caused us to pick that up. But yeah, back before I was watching my diet, I would fluctuate between 115 and 200. Amazingly, my clothes always fit. Right now, I am currently at 98 kilos. Quite an improvement. And only recently have my trousers stopped fitting. And even then, most of them still fit if I, like, really tighten them. It's only a few that don't fit anymore. They're too big now. I forgot that Bustle's a radio box, not a fucking ammo box. Like, guy, I know your turret's your gun's broken. Just fucking let me in, you. Yes, I've made a hell of a lot of progress at the moment. I've made a hell of a lot of progress since I started my diet. I was back in December at 96, so I've actually put 2 kilos back on. But that was with the throat infection. And the throat infection was so fucking bad. It was so bad that I actually couldn't drink water and ended up having to go to hospital. And put on an IV drip. And so, like, I wasn't eating, I wasn't drinking, and that really affected the weight. That was when I was 96 kilos. Yeah. I'm not stopping my diet till I hit 80. And even then, when I say I stop my diet, I mean I'm still gonna switch, keep on no sugar cola. I'm still gonna keep on popcorn over crisps. I'm just going to stop counting my calories as religiously. With the way I naturally eat, I wouldn't be surprised if once I stop counting religiously, I basically keep losing weight until I'm like 60. Because when I actually calculated it once upon a time, my calorie intake before this diet was about 1,500 calories of food and 2,000 calories of soda. So now that I'm off sugared soda, and I intend to, even though I do actually occasionally have it as a treat, thank you for the posture check, even though I do occasionally have it as a treat, now that I'm off sugared soda, I don't intend to ever go back onto it as the main soft drink. Oh, that's just disappointing. Down to the duster. Last vehicle of the match. But yeah. Like, I may end up having sugared drink soon in the next coming weeks because this heat wave. I have a slushie machine that can turn any beverage that's put into it into a proper slushie. But it needs a minimum level of sugar to freeze up properly. So it has to be sugared soda. And since I don't live alone and other people are going to have to be having this slushie, if we end up having to have slushie because of the heat to cool off, it's going to have to be sugared. That's good. That's good. That's what I have been recommended. I target 1,500 at the moment as part of my weight loss diet. I've been recommended 2,000 as maintenance, 1,800 to lose. I target 1,500, which is rapid weight loss, because it means if I break down and treat myself to a chocolate bar or something, I'm still usually under the 1,800. Like, when I say I had more today than I really should have, I went to my favorite bakery and bought a meat pie for lunch because I hadn't eaten before going to the doctor because I'm not supposed to eat before they take my weight. I'm allowed to drink but not eat. So I hadn't had food in a while, so I was like, I'll treat myself to the bakery as a reward for being a good boy and not eating till past lunchtime. And instead of getting one meat pie is probably the most popular baked good in Australia. It's kind of synonymous with being Australian. Since I rarely go to the bakery, I treated myself to two. Which would still be in my calorie intake, acceptable calorie intake, if I didn't have this popcorn. The bag of popcorn is what's put me over. But I needed it because of the blood sugar issues. Like, I was feeling incredibly dizzy. Hydrating wasn't helping, but I took a little bit of I eat 90% of my meals at home. I don't even go out to eat out because I live so heavily rural. And since I don't presently have a legal license to drive on the road, I could drive on the road and not get caught easy, but you don't fuck around with that. Like, police don't just give you a warning in Australia, so you don't fuck around with the cops pulling you up without a proper license. So because of that, I'm usually stuck at home like 90%. I can go like 2 weeks without leaving my house just because, like, there's no way to go out anywhere via public transport. There is one bus into town and it's a fucking hour and a half's walk away from me, and it leaves fucking... It leaves at like 7 o'clock in the morning, so I would have to start walking at like 5 o'clock to catch it. Isn't it wonderful? I've lived in town, I've lived at rural. I will not trade living rural for anything. Even though, realistically, if I wanted to, like, have a family and a good career and everything, I should move to the city. The benefits of living rural, I will not give up for anything. Oh boy, an XP booster I'm never going to use. I'm going to hit my BRB screen for a little bit. Because I do need to go to the toilet quite bad. So I will be right back. And I'm back. I'm the only reason it doesn't leave at 5 in the morning is because that's when the school bus leaves. So there's a bus, so we have buses for school and then buses for regular passengers. The school bus leaves at 5 in the morning. Then when the school run is done, the bus comes back with a sign saying regular passengers, and that's at 7 in the morning. Having a garden is great. I wish I actually was growing food in my garden at the moment. At the moment, I'm not. It's just flowers. Okay, what do I want? What do I want? I guess I'll go straight to FPE because I'm not really having a complaint with any of these issues. I really need to get some seeds for some of the plants I actually use when I cook. I really needed to go to the bathroom, Ben. By the way, I've already drunk over 2 liters of fluids on this stream. Ah, so you've got it the other way round, where the school bus goes second. That's a pretty decent garden. I could probably dedicate that to just one crop. Like, when I say I live on a farm, I mean it. I live on a farm. It's what's called a hobby farm in that it's not currently producing anything for actual produce. Although we have considered taking up hops farming. We've got a large patch of soil that's good enough to get us a reasonable commercial grade or a reasonable saleable amount of hops. And with and if the first couple batches of hops sell well, we could probably afford to get the nitrate treatment to turn the rest of the property's soil into good hops. My god, I wish there was still land that cheap in Australia. I really made that Type 63 regret shooting at me. I really did. Oh, another one of my cats wants food. Oof, that's quite a lot of land. 1,000 square meters. How much is that in acres? Yeah, that's quite a big amount of land. So that's 0.2 acres. I own 6 acres. Well, technically my mum owns it because I still live with my mum, but I'm not leaving for anything because fucking knows I am not fucking living in a town again. But yeah, we have 6 acres. It's quite a decent parcel. The thing is, with 6 acres is not enough to of a parcel of land for your typical popular crops or livestock at a commercial scale outside of poultry. So we're basically either have to go into expensive niche cash crops like hops if we wanted to make money on the land and turn it into a working farm, or we'd have to go into poultry farming. I do say it that way sometimes, but it is her land. It was bought by her father for her when she was still pregnant with me, out of his inheritance from his father dying. The last of the old money in my family, because we are descended from nobility. But yeah, basically, yeah. Part of the reason I stay is because she is physically disabled and does need someone who can basically pick up the slack when her disability is a bit too much to bear. She very much does not let her disability stop her. You couldn't convince her to let her stop her because she recognizes that the moment she stops, the disability gets 10 times worse. The longer she keeps doing shit for herself, the longer she'll be able to do things for herself. My brother also lives with me, but I don't count him as caring for Mum simply because he once ended up in hospital because he didn't drink water. Like, I'm sure he would do what needs to be done if asked, but he is very, very slack. And I'm a very slack person. To be fair, Germany is quite nice. Although y'all have very amazing internet in Romania. How is Germany nice? The infrastructure's good. The architecture is beautiful. Admittedly, you have to deal with Germans. Who, when you want something done, are fantastic because they will do it very, 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 very well. But at the same time, they are like the most literal people on the planet and they do not do anything by half measures. Which is why I say you have to live with Germans. Living with Germans is a double-edged sword. But yeah, the terrain is beautiful. I love the Black Forest. It's absolutely breathtaking, especially in fall. Now, if you're talking how did Romanians have amazing internet? Your mafia built it. Your mafia built it during the period when there was when communism was collapsing, and they did an amazing fucking job on it. Oh, how did he forget to drink water? He's fucking lazy and he doesn't drink water. Like, remember how I said I drink soda? He doesn't drink water. If there is no juice, milk, or soda in the house, he won't fucking drink. I'm being hyper literal when I said he won't drink water. I keep forgetting to do this. So I might as well do it now while I think about it. Where is a good spot for this? Yes, as I said, your mafia built it and they did a fantastic job. Yeah, we actually used to use Romanian internet to try and shame our government into building better internet down here. Because we were using the fact that if a country as poor as Romania can have good internet, like, everyone who actually knew anything about networking knew your internet's fucking amazing. But we were kind of trying to use Romania as a poor country to shove it to freaking shame our government into making better internet. What else haven't I No, I don't want to do that. I've forgotten to put you, my charms on. Oh yeah, the issue with Germans is, as I said, they're super literal. They're super fucking literal. And they don't do things by half measures. Great when you want your shit fixed, or you want a nice night in bed with a backpacker. Absolutely terrible if you just want someone to like quickly fix your shelf or something. Going straight for the T92, I'm going to head to my rat spot, and the T92 is very much a rat tank. Of course, I spawn as far away from where I want to be as possible. I wish our fucking bikie gangs, which are our local mafia, was as nice as the Romanian mafia. Like, they're criminals, but at least they actually fix shit for people around them. Our guys just sell meth. Yeah, the Australian criminal enterprises, the bikie gangs, the biker gangs, all they do is sell meth and shoot up brothels. And by the way, prostitution's legal in Australia. So they're literally shooting up legal businesses. Oh, and there's giant gang wars happening over fucking tobacco shops at the moment. People are getting forced to side over their fucking tobacco shops into criminal hands, and so criminals can sell bootleg Chinese cigarettes. Oh my god, that was a good one shot. Yep, that's Germans. That is Germans. As I said, they don't do anything by half measures. There's a famous bit from the Grand Tour in which James May recounts the story of asking a German man what would happen to him if he chose to drive without his driver's license. And the German man literally did not understand the question because it's impossible to drive without a driver's license. We are not doing well as a team. Yeah, anywhere where there's substantial tobacco laws will always end up having bootleg cigarettes. You can't even use the excuse of, oh, there's a country with loose laws like Moldova or Transnistria right next to you. Because Like, we're a fucking island and we have a whole issue with it. We thankfully have strict enough laws with cars that we don't have to worry about stolen cars being imported into Australia and sold that much. Outside of the luxury car, like the ultra luxury market, like fucking $1 million supercars that only had like 10 of made, they occasionally get slipped in and sold, and someone finds out, some rich guy finds out, oh shit, the Ferrari I bought was stolen and I can't keep it. Yes, Red, I will feed you in a second. I did see you. I had to cross the road for safety. Yeah, that definitely also helps with having a black market for cars. Like 550 euros a month, that is my welfare check a fortnight. So 2 weeks of my welfare is more than your average monthly salary. Which sounds like I'm living the dream and rolling in it, but you gotta remember, food and fucking food costs, costs of utilities, etc., all reflect that higher cost, but higher income. That's a another issue, yep. Shifty used car salesmen are things here in Australia too. That's a thing anywhere. That's one of the reasons why I'm only looking at, why I would want new cars. Bloody oath, that's cheap. Cheapest pack of cigarettes here in Australia is 30 Australian dollars. That's a meal for two at a mid-priced restaurant. Okay, I need that extra guy. Or I just die. Actually, a good example would be this pack of popcorn. I could buy, for the price of the cheapest legal cigarettes, not the illegal ones, here in Australia, I could buy 16 packets of this popcorn that I'm eating. Oh yeah, we've gotten our ass handed to us this match. Oh yeah, that was absolutely a ripoff. That, if he had done it himself, would have been a 20-minute job. Yep. I don't mean to insult your uncle, but as scammers say, there's a sucker born every minute. Degree? There's no mechanics degree. Like, the certificates, yeah, but not a degree. Oh my god, that makes it worse. I mean, admittedly, in Romania, it might be a university course to become a mechanic. Here in Australia, it's part of the trades, and we have a trades culture of apprenticeships. So instead of going to school to learn a trade, you get a job as an apprentice to someone who already does it for a living. The guy who does it for a living gets a cheap worker, and you get to learn on the job. And yeah, automotive stuff is very much a auto mechanic is very much a trade, and thus is done on the apprenticeship model here. Although there are calls to switch it to degree with how much fucking electronic shit is, how much electrics are turning up in cars nowadays. Oh my god, I literally just fucking set that on a lark. And I'm down. Ah. Yeah, there's no auto mechanic degree, but there is automotive engineering degrees, but that's for working in the auto industry. I wish I could say the same. I don't have a degree. I've been to uni multiple times, but something always happens and I always end up having to drop out. People are usually shocked when they find out I don't have a degree. The medieval reenactment group I used to be with is mostly degree holders, and they'll talk to me about all sorts of shit. And then they'll be shocked to find out I didn't have a degree in what they were talking to me about. And it's like, what the hell? How do you not have a degree in this? You're keeping conversation better than the fucking professors I talk to in this field. Which is made all the funnier when they find out I'm actually technically a high school dropout. I had health issues in high school and it seemed like I wasn't going to live that long, so the decision was made for me to just drop out of high school and enjoy my life. And then I proceeded to live much, much longer than it was expected. Well, then there are 2 redeems in my chat redeems you might be very interested in. I don't have a degree in automechanic engineering, I'm just a car enthusiast. The first time I went to university, it was for economics. That's an issue of just living rural, honestly. You end up single way longer than people who don't. Because after all, where the hell are you even going to meet anyone? Interesting, I've heard of people high school age getting degrees, but never heard of getting a degree in high school. I wonder how it compares on a global scale then. Not trying to insult your education, but that is actually a consideration with a lot of degrees, is how it actually compares. You live in the forest. That's still rural. Rural just refers to density. It doesn't necessarily refer to farms. God damn it. I'm just gonna put the Artie down where that Tiger 2 was. Because I basically just don't want him peeking. Which is exactly what he's doing. There goes my breach. I'm gonna stay here and act as a shield for that Su 100 because he's actually honestly more important than me right now. I really should drive off to a safer spot, but... Oh, the forest. Yeah, people don't really go out into the bush outside who are under the age of 50. That's a pretty good salary, actually. It's like honestly comparable to me. But you live in Romania. The problem is, as I said, it's not a matter of just having money. It's also a matter of actually meeting a human being who is eligible. But yeah, there's really nowhere to meet anyone who's who's young-ish. I say ish because I'm not that young anymore, but who's of dating age and single. Plus, in my case, I'm also suffering from the fact that I'm 31 years old, live with my mum, and I'm on welfare. That does not sound like an attractive prospect. Plus, I'm also mentally ill enough to think that trying to become an anime person on the internet is a good career move. It does sound like you have a pretty good living situation, not gonna lie.
Into your vehicle!
I'm sure you'll find someone. I found people before, too. Basically, don't be afraid to shoot your shot when you get your shot, because you miss 100% of shots you don't take. And off I go. Oh, that was just bad luck. Oof. Oof. I can't really say much to make that feel better.
The enemy controls most of the strategic zones. Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
Annoyingly, no one on my team pushed to Bravo. Damn it, I was trying to slip through so that without hitting the tents. I was hoping he didn't spot me. This is one of the downsides of being a light tank main. I am fucking fodder for fucking ZSU 57s. Wouldn't be surprised if she actually sold it and did exactly that. That's probably making you feel worse, but no, just stop. Huh, my webcam died for a second there. Right side, my corpse will actually block the view of that spot. Ha! Ah. Yep. Fair enough. Better find that out before marriage than after. And that's my bag of popcorn finished. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going for, but it will probably be in the next 3 matches because it is almost midnight here. Although I have said that and ended up going in all the way until fucking all the way until freaking 2 a.m. before, so. There is that. God fucking damn you. Yeah. The thing is, those handfuls of popcorn weren't big, and popcorn's very chewy. I really shouldn't have eaten the full bag of popcorn all by myself, but I'm the only person who eats it in this house, and it's fucking awful stale. It's fucking awful stale, so once a bag's open, I have to fucking finish the whole bag. Now that BTR is absolutely a fucking nightmare for me in this. I basically have to get the drop on him. Which is why, despite disliking how slow it is, I'm using the river to approach. Because it's my best bet to get the first shot. Come on, get up the hill. Up we go. Okay, I don't see him at the moment. He may have driven off. We've definitely lost. But I'm gonna put up a hell of a fight. I am so lucky that plane did not come for me. I spoke too soon. That's getting clipped. That is getting clipped because that is good comedic timing. Yeah, this is it. We're popping off like flies now. It was 155 millimeters of freedom. But now I have 40 mils of darker. Well, technically 80 millimeters. 40 times 2. I'm smiling there. Why is my face tracking? Oh, I can't wait till I get the bridge set up. It is such better tracking. And I'm out of vehicles I'm allowed to use. Yep, I might actually call it there. I'm gonna see if I can raid out. And also see who's even on who I should raid to. Yeah. Thank you very much for the last posture check. And if we're able to raid, we'll be raiding Hataru, who is a bit of a tradition around here when I'm on doing Warthunder to raid Hataru. She's also a Warthunder VTuber. She's from Japan. And she actually holds a world record in the game, which you can read about in her panels. Alright. That's stream for me. Bye!
you